In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. Eat the cat.
Seeing red, so don't push me. Ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the... Said it was some Haitians somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels.
Have you seen Garfield?
Eat the cat.
Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me where my cat is coughing up like a hairball.
Eat the cat.
I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter.
Eating the dog.
Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. Eat the cat.
It's a shame, it's a pity. Thought overseas where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing in the where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he flipped with that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And they got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat.
Drop that cat.
You clown, grinning, typing essays, but scared to leave the town. Pull them up, time to see that fraud. Crayon warrior spamming in my chat. Oh Lord, pull them up. Pull them up. Pull them up. Chat popping off like they invented the game. As my retail dead, bro, you're still on the same lane. Levels it out, haven't touched that game since BFA, but opinions harder than GDKP drama, okay? Spam bold, every stream like it's original fire. Mom's basement echo chamber fueling the desire. Backseat radar pauses in the red every night. Pull bigger ass on, you couldn't tank a light. You argue law like you read the books, now fam. Skim wow head and think you're the man. Pull them up, pull them up. Gray screen legends, anonymity or crutch. Pull them up, pull them up. Keyboard kings who crumble at a single touch. Crayon warrior spamming in my chat. Oh Lord, pull them up, pull them up. Talk shit in the dark. Before when the lights on, bitch, your take's already gone. Now chat's full of blue check moralists on a crusade. As man, you're a racist bro, typed in rage mode, delay. Clip my take on borders, immigration, not cruise. Spam backlash and coming like that's breaking news. Hey, watch leftist lurkers up just to see. Dropping essays on far right grip while you grieve. Virtue signal ratio attempt gonna flop. Hard your takes recycled Twitter straight from the yard. Pull them up, pull them up. Gray screen legends, anonymity or crush. Pull them up, pull them up. Keyboard kings who crumble at a single touch. Crayon warrior spamming in my chat. Oh Lord, pull them up, pull them up. Talk shit in the dark. Before when the lights on, bitch, your take's already gone. Yeah. Let me breathe for a sec. Y'all recycled the same three lines every politics stream. Far right turn, grifter coach, Trump's a meme supreme. I read your 400-word manifestos of pain. Then I hit ban and it's rinse and read again. You ain't here for debate, you want the outrage clip. Dopamine ping when destiny or Hasa name drops the script. So next time you type some unhinged reply, remember gray icon, I still see the light. Pull them up, pull them up. Gray screen legends, anonymity or crutch. Pull them up, pull them up. Keyboard got kings who crumble at a single touch. Crayon warrior spamming in my chat. Oh Lord, pull them up, pull them up. Talk shit in the dark. Before when the lights on, picture takes already gone. Pull them up, yeah, let's end this right. Chat full of clowns in the dead of night. Pull them up, or fade to black. As I'm signing off, your cope attack is whack. Pull them up, one more for the lurkers. Pull them up, show yourself or get murked. Asmon's still standing, wave goodbye to the flame. Great name army. Fade to black.
And a heart ice cold, he ne'er saw grass nor cleaned his hair, but he's got more gold than a dragon's lair. He'd rise at dusk, his eyes blood red, with a stack of pizza and a monitor's dread. From classic WoW to dungeons deep, he'd slay all mobs yet never sleep. Oh, his mother knocked with a righteous rage. Zack, this mess is a war-torn stage, but he just shrugged with a gamer smirk. I'd clean it, Mum, but I've got work. He's Asmongold, the neckbeard knight, slaying Twitch takes every night. His room's a pit, his fame is high. He broke a chair and reached the sky. So raise your mugs to this streaming bard who conquered MMOs and left devs scarred. He may be scuffed but bold and free, a legend of Twitch and the deep XP. He's Asmongold, the neckbeard knight, slaying Twitch takes every night. His room's a pit, his fame is high. He broke a chair and reached the sky. Oh,
wall. This is one of the Asmongold moments of all time. Hot singles within 5 miles, vibes 500 IQ, played by that guy. Didn't need to do anything this time. He fucking knew Asmon would pause to look around his room, using Markiplier as the face of gaming's a good strategic move. Bro straight up had me pausing and looking around my room too. Bro was pre-moved. Boy got read like a book. Bro got cooked. Guy had a vision. Bro predicted what's about to happen. He felt unsafe after that one. Thanks for unpausing, by the way, was a goddamn violation. I've never seen a man feel so attacked. It's not nice to bully Zack, live in his natural habitat. Jonathan Joestar moment. Bro lost an offline argument. Existential crisis kicked in there at the end. Bro is inside your head. YouTube equivalent of a Death Note mental face-off scene. The foreshadowing is crazy. Asmund doesn't use DoorDash, he uses Uber Eats. The creature has been studied. When you're so predictable, a pre-recorded video predicts your next action. Chat, is this real? Few seconds later predicts Asmund Bro got trolled in the fifth dimension. You should change the title to Got him. I'm gonna come Donald Trump. He didn't get Rick rolled, he got Asmund rolled. That was the definition of screw you guys, I'm going home. Dude fell for hook, line, and sinker. He just followed his code. Bro lost to a pre-recorded video. I don't want to watch this anymore, I'm dead. OMG, I got him, he fell for it, yes. This basically felt like getting a spawn kill with the claymore. Your next line is, I don't want to watch this anymore. I don't want to watch this anymore. Okay, someone give that man an award. The more I watch this, the funnier it gets. That guy was playing chess while my boy was playing checkers. This was the best catch ever.
In this room all alone with the 9mm for really, with clips from my Glock and a hole in my sock. I got this game playing, that game playing, but none you cannot see. Channel sucks, bro, I should know cause I'm an OMFG. Too young to drink in a bar, too young to drive a car. Your shit's weak like a dazzle, I'm an HD PVR. Quote some next level shit, Nietzsche for days. The only Uberman should be getting is a punch in the face. Draw lolling and laughing when it's not even fun. Kids wanna get rich quick with all this YouTube money.
Hey, can I be your fanboy? Ooh, can I be your troll?
Come on.
Hey, can I be your fanboy? Ooh, can I be your troll?
Get at me, or get on my level. If trolling is the bass, then flaming is the treble. LOL, BRB, and an ROFL. I'm a good game, double G, surely you can tell. GTFO, or STFU. Rhyming in acronyms isn't something you should do. Internet vernacular, I'm elite speak antique. Crazy cracking nut sharp as a parrot's beak. HGH, hope that helps, you ain't YGB. Press 5 for nerdgasm, thumbs up if you agree. Why you put on adverts? I hate the shampoo. Yo, a goddamn money horse, a thumbs up too. In America, like comment section, you know you do. In Soviet Russia, comment section, you. Talk to me, reason with me, let's all just be friends. I'm old school, solid metal, like a pair of 1210. So I've learned, and I've mastered this. I let the haters go first, so the educated won't miss. Competition, keep your chin up, surely you can win it.
Oh, I'll get you, bruv, your power, innit?
Hey, can I be your fanboy? Ooh, can I be your troll?
Come on.
Hey, can I be your fanboy? Ooh, can I be your troll?
happy is such a god. Silver linings are for nerds. I fucking love happy.
All right, guys, we are live. Welcome today with tonight's stream. I hope you guys are here to enjoy this. Welcome Rumble, welcome YouTube, and welcome Twitch. And also, we want to welcome TikTok for the first time in a backstage stream that is going on over on TikTok. So if you guys want to go check that out, you guys can. Also, whoever this guy is in my chat, I'm not making a deal with you, dude. What the fuck? I'm going to deal with this real quick. Because the people over on fucking TikTok are insane, so I have to fucking moderate that shit. But, alright, guys. So we have fanboy content to go over today. And no, we're not going to be talking about a certain someone. I do realize he did post a video about me. I don't care to fucking respond because I got more important things. These streams have nothing to do with that fucking piece of shit. And we're going to be over here. Again, I haven't even watched the video because I could care less. The fact is, he'll probably, okay. Cody Bell will probably just double down in the video on his dumbassness. And we'll have to sit there and deal with that bullshit once again. And I'm not responding because all he's going to do is double down. He's going to double down on being anti-consumer. He's going to double down on supporting the multi-trillion-dollar and billion-dollar companies. We are going to get into the good stuff, though. And I mean the good stuff. We have your good old boy. Let me get my... Wait. Actually, let's do double hand. Dreamcast guy. We got Dreamcast guy here today, guys. We got him. He's here. We're going to watch him, make fun of his ass because he said Xbox is dead again. I don't know. How is Xbox dead every fucking week for this guy? I swear to God. Like, what? How? How is this a thing? Like, every fucking week it's Xbox is dead. Xbox is horrible. Next gen console is trash. Like, literally, this is the title of the video. Guys, I am not joking you. Okay. This is the title of the fucking video. New Xbox leak is so bad, next gen console is trash. Fuck. Console isn't even out yet and he's already calling it trash. Fucking Dreamcast guy, come on, man. This is why we make fun of you. You realize this, right, dude? I know you're probably never gonna watch this because you don't fucking care. But dumbass. You're a dumbass.
Hey there, gamer, Dreamcast guy here. Today we're talking about the next gen Xbox because a very big leak has happened about Project Helix that sounds, honestly, it just sounds stupid. I cannot believe the next gen Xbox is even coming out. Microsoft has just mishandled the Xbox One and the Series X so badly. I truly think this is the death of consoles.
Okay, consoles aren't dead in the fact. Okay, this is what I was just having a conversation with my Xbox buddies, I think it was the other day about this. I don't think consoles are dead. Okay? I think how they go about is going to change. Okay? Xbox, Nintendo will go the way of the dodo bird. They will go the way of Sega if they don't change course now. But Xbox is building a PC hybrid, and that's what they're building. And I think that is where the future of consoles is going to go, is to go into PC hybrids. And the reason why I say this is because they're more pro-consumer. You have access to more storefronts. You don't have to pay for online. It's just a better overall product. So at the end of the day, that's where I think they're going to be heading. So if you want to like, so yeah, as I'm saying, like, that's where I think they're going to go. I don't think it's going to, they're going to completely disappear. I think Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo will all still be here, probably, hopefully. I think that the market will crash. I think the console market and the AAA space will crash. We're seeing it in the writings. I think the only company that can handle that crash is Microsoft. That's just because Microsoft is a multi-trillion-dollar company. And so I think what's going to happen. Okay, we got to fix something real though. We got to fix lighting. This lighting fucking sucks. All right. But I think these consoles are going to be switching over into something different. And when I mean different, I mean different. I don't think everyone's going to expect how different it really is going to be. So next gen consoles, I think, are going to be they're going to be PC hybrids. And if PlayStation and Nintendo don't change their pathway, they will go out and it'll probably just be Xbox and Valve. Which in the end of that, you know who loses? The gamer, because there's less competition. That means that there's only two players in the space. But granted, the two players in the space are better than the other two, which would be Xbox and Steam. But how much better? They're still corporations at the end of the day, and they can still decide to screw you at any point of the time. Like, that's how it goes.
But this new leak is that essentially, right now, Microsoft is terrified specifically of Steam, not necessarily PlayStation. They've already lost to PlayStation. They're getting butchered by Nintendo. They're afraid of Steam. So
they're afraid of Steam because of Steam OS, you idiot. I don't know how you don't understand what's going on and what Valve and Steam have done to Windows. You see where I'm getting at? It's Windows. Windows is the thing. You guys on TikTok, when I react to these idiots like Dreamcast guy here, I can't believe how fucking stupid and brain dead some of these fucking fanboys are. Like, think about it. Like I can't, dude. I seriously can't. Like, I don't understand how he doesn't understand why Microsoft is looking at Valve as competition rather than like they do not understand. Nintendo, if they don't change their pathway, they will go the same route. Because they're just doing key cards too. They're spastic. And that's the problem. But anyways, what Valve has done to Windows, and I don't know if people know this, but has put a big thorn into Microsoft's side by going after their biggest moneymaker. Good day, Ben Spastic. But that is what I'm getting at. The reason why Microsoft is looking at Valve and Steam as a competition rather than PlayStation and Nintendo, first off, they're going after their bread. Valve is going after their bread and butter. They're not going after the fucking console market. They're going after Windows. And the more Valve does this, and now we've got GOG doing the same thing. So they're not going to sit there and go, "Oh, well, let's do this," or like they're going to go all in to make Windows better. And I think this is where the good part happens, because now Windows, Microsoft has competition in the operating space. which means guess who gets to benefit from that? You, the consumer. Us, the consumers. Because they'll be fighting to give you the best product. That's just how that works. And the thing is he doesn't understand, okay, because we all know Dreamcast guy doesn't get it. Is the way the future for gaming is going to be PC hybrids. For the consoles, they're going to have to go into PC hybrids. So this way, if they do want to go all digital, they can, but you still have proper ownership. That is where they don't understand. People are not going to want to sit there and buy nothing or own nothing and be happy. And here's another kicker for you guys. If buying isn't owning, then piracy isn't stealing.
The plan with Project Helix is that the original idea behind Project Helix is that it be a console hybrid, meaning that it's partially a PC, but it does play Xbox games. It'll play Halo, Gears, and Forza. They'll look fantastic. But additionally, because it is a PC, you could put a BattleNet launcher and play World of Warcraft or Diablo, play it with a mouse and keyboard. But the talk is that right now, they're terrified of Steam specifically because that's what's cannibalizing all their profitability. And it sounds like their idea is that Project Helix, the next gen Xbox, will have a very high subscription fee to even turn the console on. We're talking Game Pass premium, a like $20, $30, $50 a month you have to pay for your console to even.
Tell Dixon, thank you. Hey, the mic is working, man. But you guys aren't hearing it there on TikTok. They're hearing it on the other streams because of where the mainstream and everything is hooked up. No, killing is still murder, dude. That doesn't change the fact. What we're saying is if buying a game isn't owning the game, then how is piracy stealing? If you can't buy it to own it, like what's the point in that? If you look at what Gabe said, he was absolutely correct. He said piracy isn't exactly piracy is a service problem. They essentially killed piracy for most games on PC by doing what they could to better for the consumer. That's what I am talking about. When you put the consumer first, you always will win because the consumer has the money you want. At the end of the day, if the consumer's got the money you want, why aren't you catering to the money that you want? Because at any point in time, the consumer can decide, say, hey, you know what? I'm going to pull my money away and go somewhere else. Nintendo's finding that out the hard way. Or, no, PlayStation's finding that out the hard way right now. Which is crazy. It's nuts.
Work. And that, to me, is psychopathic. Now, I want to break this down because this is by Jez Corden, the world's biggest Xbox fanboy. Now, this dude has been a leaker for Microsoft for a very long time, and I think that, for the most part, his leaks have been, I guess, they're accurate when they're positive. It feels like when Xbox is feeding him information, he's right, but he's also been wrong quite a bit as well. I mean, Jez Corden said that no Xbox game will ever come to PlayStation. He said a bunch of very stupid stuff.
Because we thought that wasn't going to happen. Back in 2023, we had no clue what was happening with exclusives. I don't understand how you don't understand that times change and things change. Like, he didn't say they'll never do it. He said, if you read that tweet, guys, okay? So you got to agree to the term, the license. But the problem is, if they aren't holding their end of the license, how are, like, It's a two-way street. And that's what these corporations don't understand. Also, you got to read what Jez said. Dreamcast guy, think it through. Use your brain. We know you got one. Hopefully, we think you got one. Half the time we question even if you even have one. But you're proving to us right now that you really don't. So
But this leak seems to be that, in general, Microsoft is trying to pivot in a way where they can steer into the PC space while taking extra money, even if they have to begrudgingly allow Steam to still dominate. But let's break this down. Hi, hope you're having a great day. If you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. I feel like when it comes to next gen, both PlayStation 6 and Xbox, the real battle is going to be price tags.
I'm not going to pull up the AI for that. Because just speak to PC gamers on an average basis and we'll tell you that's like, if we can't buy a product to own it, then why should it be that we pay full price and not get the product we paid for? We're only paying to rent a game anymore. We're telling them that we don't want to do that. We want proper ownership.
I mean, graphics aren't going to get much better. I feel like right now, just in general, we're already so close to photorealistic graphics. Like, me and the boys have been playing the Halo.
That's not accurate, because remember when PlayStation tried to sue over, what was it? They tried to sue over emulation, and then they found out the hard way that emulation is legal in most countries, and they lost that lawsuit because once you buy the product, it's yours. It's not the other way around. Like, that's just not how that works.
Remake co-op, we're trying to do a legendary run and collect all the skulls and stuff. This already looks about as good as a game can possibly look. You can't tell me that, PlayStation 6 is going to look twice as good as this, right? And even more so.
No, it's because PlayStation 6 isn't. I think we're at the peak of visuals. I'm being completely honest with you. We are at the peak for visuals. Abso-fucking-lutely, we're at the peak. But the problem is people don't understand that. That's why we're telling you that 8K is you're not gonna notice 8K. What you'll notice is you'll notice frame rate. Like, if you get better frame rates, you'll notice that over visual. I don't care what the license says. At the end of the day, if they do not give you proper ownership, then why should piracy be? Then why is piracy still stealing them? How are they able to screw us, but we can't sit there and give it back to them? That's what I'm saying.
So with Project Helix, okay, another Xbox. Okay, what Xbox games even look good other than like Flight Simulator, right? So I think the thing is that these systems are very obviously going to cost.
I don't know about you, dude, but some Xbox games look really fucking good. And you know what they have that PlayStation games don't? Fucking gameplay. Come on now.
About $1,200. I just really don't know the amount of people that even have that amount of money. They're probably going to do some weird stuff like this, where you literally lease the console. And this is on top of the fact that right now, apparently, Xbox can barely afford to even sell you a console, not even making it. Right now, they're actually losing $150 for every console they sell.
Which means they're doing better for the consumer in that aspect than PlayStation is. PlayStation admitted they're making money off their hardware. So when they did the price hike, it was to make money off the hardware. Where if Xbox is losing $150 off every Xbox, that tells you that they're eating the cost. But that's because they should, in my personal opinion, because the AI problem is one of the big causers of this whole situation to begin with is Microsoft. They're one of the biggest AI companies out there right now, next to Nvidia and Apple.
Seems like with next gen Xbox, if they sell it even at cost, it's going to cost over $1,000, literally just for the components, right? On top of the fact that their infrastructure is absolute garbage. Let's get into late though, right?
What about PlayStation's infrastructure? At least Xbox is trying to fix the problem so it doesn't happen again. Where PlayStation is not doing shit about the fact that theirs went down. Like you this is why we fucking criticize you, dude. Okay? You say Xbox was down. You know who was down like literally the day before? PlayStation. What are we doing here?
Exclusive leaked data from us, what a stupid way to phrase that, suggests a huge amount of Xbox Project Helix could simply ditch Xbox for Steam inside Xbox's own hardware. It could have big implications for Project Helix, but would people buy a $1,000 console?
Well, it's because because of that, they won't be able to sell the console at a loss. They will have to do what Valve did with the Steam machine, and they would have to sell it at a gain. Because there is that chance that that happens, and more than likely it probably will, because there are going to be PC gamers who buy this device because they want a PC like experience in their living room. But at the end of the day, so they're going to have to charge more on the hardware. I know that sounds terrible, but I think that is the better of the route. Because in that way you still give your consumers an open ecosystem and give them the opportunity, and then you can remove the pay, like the pay to play online. You can do quite a few things by doing that the consumer saves money in the long run. So that is what we are trying to explain. So you should be trying to make it where, like, so one thing that makes PC gaming so good, one of the main things that make it as good as it is, we are going to block you, Terrence. Um, yeah, so guys, I gotta moderate the fucking TikTok chat because they're fucking crazy over there. Art, I'm not ignoring you. You gotta remember, we're doing two chats right now. There's two chats going on, and this is a so Terrence, if you don't understand what's going on, so the TikTok stream is behind the scenes of the main stream, which is on Rumble, Twitch, and YouTube. So if you want to go watch the main stream, you can, and you will see what we're talking about, what we're watching, because it is a fanboy stream. You guys are just in the behind the scenes and watching what happens behind the scenes of the big stream. Last night was crazy. The fucking chat, like I remembered last night, and that's the reason why I'm moderating it as much as I am.
Now, this is an interesting proposition because essentially what's happening right now is that as everything gets more and more expensive, a lot of these companies are trying to figure out an exit route, right? Whether it is leaning more into streaming or having more subscription services or trying to find more mid-budget.
So they're just trying to penny pinch you. Okay, where the Xbox Helix would give you that opportunity to get away from being penny pinched. That's what we are trying to tell you. This device, like the Steam machine, like an actual gaming PC, would allow the consumer to actually save money and actually get a proper product rather than being forced to be behind the fucking paywalls for everything. What? Dude, you're a fucking creep. Um, Art, that's kind of weird, man. That's weird. But as I'm saying, Like, that's what I'm saying, guys. Is I don't know. Dreamcast guy is he sounded like an idiot.
Games so that you can make stuff that isn't such a hardware pusher. With PlayStation, I do think the PS5 is going to be around forever. I think that the PlayStation 5 has probably 6 or 8 more years ahead of it, just because I don't think people will be able to afford a PlayStation 6. And so if you want to sell games, you're going to drop it on last gen and next gen. But with Project Helix, it sounds like already the console is too expensive to make even current gen. How are they going to afford next gen in this memory crisis? PlayStation has decided to stop releasing its single player games on Steam. Steam no longer makes sense for Project Helix. Roughly 75% of people that have the Xbox handheld, the ROG Ally X, 75% of them have Game Pass. Among non subscribers, 25% use the Xbox PC store if they own an Xbox, 2% use the Xbox PC store if they do not have an Xbox console. New users essentially treat it as a Steam box. This is crazy numbers. This is legitimately straight up just saying that Xbox hardware is dead. It is deader than it has.
Xbox is not dead, dude. You say this all the fucking time, every fucking stream. Xbox is still around. Tomorrow, Xbox will still be out there selling consoles, selling games. They'll be launching their games multi-platform. Like, they're just going to keep doing that. I don't understand how you don't see that, and I don't understand how you don't understand that.
Ever been. Like, even beyond just the fact that it's not selling, this is just such clear evidence that financially nobody even cares to interact with the Xbox interface, right? So here's their here's their idea. Option 1, some kind of paywall or subscription to open up third-party stores. Semi-open means revenue sharing. So if it sells something like Steam or Epic Games, they have to pay a cut of it if it's sold through the Project Helix console, or fully open and a absurd price point and all. Basically saying something like you have to pay like $2,000.
I think option 3 is the way they need to go. And I think all PC gamers are telling them that, because yes, you might be charging more at the hardware end, but at the end of the day, they will get a better product. They'll get better consumer advocacy, and the consumer would ultimately be happy because they'd ultimately be saving money. They'd be saving money in the long run, to be honest with you. So then you would be making more money, because there are going to be people who still pay for PC Game Pass. There are still going to be people who use PC Game Pass. And then if Xbox were to get its app at a better state, people would be looking at not just Steam and GOG, but they'd also look at the Xbox store. And that is how they need to do it going forward.
$1,000 to get the console, and then after that, everything is open up. Or this, I still think this is unfortunately probably the most likely outcome, is that, with the Steam machine, I do have a Steam machine, and I'll be honest, the Steam machine is slowly growing on me as I use it. With the Steam machine, it's very expensive because Steam says, okay, hypothetically, you may never ever buy a game on it, right? Even if you have a Steam machine, you may just use it for emulators or watching TV shows. They're selling it so it's profitable from an upfront cost, which is why it's so dang expensive, right? Whereas in this case, same sort of circumstance, but even on the other side of the fence, Project Helix is expensive because not only does it cost a lot to make, they now realize that most people,
and more than likely it'll be more powerful than the Steam machine as well. So keep that in mind as well. So you're talking about more powerful hardware, and so they're going to want to give you the best bang for buck. And so the best way to do that is, charge more and have a higher upfront cost. And then at the other end, people would use, because people will still use Xbox services. That's not going to change, because PC gamers do it all the time. Okay, I just literally I've got Forza Horizon 6 right now. I paused the download for the stream, but I'm downloading Forza Horizon 6 through Game Pass. And see, so I'm saying that PC gamers still use Game Pass. Okay, because we don't want to pay full price for games. I'm going to be honest with you, we hate paying full price. And that service gives us an ability to play Xbox games at a lower cost. So we tend to take advantage of that. And then we got Steam that gives us a lot of discounts. We got GOG that gives us DRM free and proper ownership. And then you got Epic Games who gives 3 games free every month. So, like, we have multiple storefronts. I don't use Epic Game Store because I think it sucks. I hate the app. And I know there's other people who will defend that fucking app, and they will defend Epic, but Epic sucks. On the PC side, we use the Epic Game Store as literally a Fortnite launcher. I don't play Fortnite, so I don't even use it for that. Like, I've got the app installed, I just don't use it. And then I'm gonna have some news after this stream, watching this. I don't know, man. I was wondering where level 1 online is too. Be nice to get all you guys in here. They'll show up eventually. They always do.
May never actually buy an Xbox game. Maybe they'll buy only stuff on Steam. So their options are charge the hell out of you with some extra unlocked version of Game Pass that basically lets you access your Steam library, or start to try and make deals, contracts with Epic Games and stuff to say, hey, please, please, please give us a cut of the goods. They're selling it, they're playing it, they're buying it on our hardware.
Yeah, it's going to be good and bad news. So you guys will have to take it as it is.
Please give us a taste of those billions. And I think that all of these are just so stupid, to be honest. I mean, the fact that PlayStation has taken stuff off of Steam, I think it's a clear sign they're
I can't agree or disagree with you, Spastic, just due to the fact that I don't know him personally.
trying to pivot very hard back towards fully pleased by a PlayStation, whereas Xbox is at a spot where Xbox just really isn't releasing that many games, first party or third party. Like right now, Game Pass numbers are absolutely in the toilet. Game Pass fell short of reaching Microsoft's target subscribers. Everybody says people do not play enough different games. I don't see a solution. Most people don't play a lot of games, more focusing on indies that don't seem to boost those numbers. And really, Microsoft bet everything on Game Pass. Everything, everything, everything. So now you're trying to suddenly have hardware that's super expensive, storefronts that are cheap but don't give you a cut of it. And now even PlayStation games won't possibly come to Helix because they're removed from Steam. They really have put themselves between 15 different separate rocks in a hard place. Look at this. This is not a one-way street. If Project Helix supports Steam games along with other PC games, that increases the value of Project Helix.
Yes. Like, do you not understand that, Dreamcast guy? That's what we're telling you. If it has access to the other storefronts, it increases the value of that device. Like, this is why PC is where it's at. This is why we tell you that the best place to game is on PC, just due to the fact that you have so many options. You have competition in the space all the time. So at the end of the day, they're always trying to do better. Yeah, they're the outliers, like Epic Games, but at the end of the day, Steam and GOG, they put the consumer first. And that's why they seem to be doing very well. And GOG's about to put another thorn into Microsoft's side. So they're going to be forced to compete, which is, in my opinion, a good thing. I like the idea of Microsoft and Windows having to compete, because you know what that means? Us, the consumers, get the benefit from it.
Ask yourself, if Xbox Series X supported Steam right now, how much more value would that add to the Xbox Series X? And this is an interesting question, right? Is that
they definitely could change the UI on the Series X, just due to the fact that both the Series X and the PS5, they're both and the Switch 2, All three of them are small form factor PCs. So they eat all three of them, either one of them, any of them could do it. They just decide not to.
I think the more I play my Steam machine, the more I play my PlayStation, the more I play my Xbox, the more I just play on PC, right? The more you kind of see the different strengths and weaknesses of all of them. PlayStation, especially my PlayStation 5 Pro, optimized like crazy. Since PlayStation is such a high selling point for all game developers, they really try and squeeze out every bit of graphical capability. I mean, games look crazy, crazy, crazy. Sometimes even better than PC when it comes to PlayStation 5 Pro. Whereas
No, I don't know where you're getting that information from. You just making it up off the top of your head, dude? I'm telling you right now that a PC will outperform a PS5 Pro in more than just gaming. When it comes to performance, you're gonna notice more just due to the higher frame rates. The picture quality is better because of the higher frame rates, in my personal opinion. I know there's people who disagree and don't understand how frame rate works, but the higher the frame rate, the better off the game is. I'm being honest with you. There's a peak. They're saying 500 is too much. I think they're saying like 200 is the most you'll ever see with your bare eyes, or I think it's 180. 180 is the most you'll see with your own eyes. After that, you don't really notice it. All it does is decreases the latency, and after that point.
PC, customization, deep Steam discounts, lots of ability to make your own custom controllers and loadouts and hacks and mods, right? Whereas with Xbox, I really don't see the benefit of Xbox whatsoever other than Game Pass. And Game Pass has become more expensive, less lucrative, and more lackluster.
Actually, Game Pass has actually dropped in price. Do you not remember when Asher Sharma dropped it from 30 to 20? Do you not remember that? Like, are you paying attention? Like, that's what I'm getting off this, dude. Those words alone makes me feel that you aren't paying attention. What's up, Evan? Like, I don't think you understand what is happening. I think you just, I'm gonna be honest with you, I think you don't understand at all. Okay, I think you're just speaking out of your ass and hoping that you can throw a dart randomly at a wall, hoping you hit something or make it to something. When the reality is, like, come on.
Project Helix feels like it's completely slipping through the cracks and missing every strength, right? Okay, it's a PC that doesn't play Steam games. It's a hybrid console that, due to some of the leaks, may not even come with its own controller. It's a system that costs more than any other thing on the market while playing less.
Playing less. If it has access to all storefronts, dude, it'll have access to more games. If it is an open Windows platform, Windows device, it will have access to more games, more storefronts, and more places to buy your games. You'll have access to games that are exclusive to PC, which they do exist. Which, last time I checked, there's more exclusive PC games than there is console games. So at the end of the day, you're getting a better product. You're getting a more value for what you're buying. That's what we're trying to tell you guys. Is this is the better route for them to go. I think that option 3 out of those options is the one they need to take. And the reason for this is because the consumer wins at the end.
Just don't understand what they're trying to aim at. And honestly, if this higher subscription thing is true, the idea that I'll have to pay to access what I already own, not even stuff I'm renting, stuff I'm actually paying to play the games I already own, this to me is a death knell. I mean, truly, whatever the idea of the next Xbox is, right now on paper, it seems like just so deep down dumb. Jess Gordon is sometimes very, very right, sometimes very, very wrong. In this case, if he's correct, if this speculation is dead on, yikes. These numbers are definitely spelling the fact that I do still think there is a chance they don't even bother making it. Why produce something that is just going to sell like 4 separate units? These have been some off-the-cuff thoughts. How do you feel about the state of Xbox and the state of PlayStation for that matter? Are you excited for Project Helix? Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. And if you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and
I'm not liking it. I'm not subscribing there, bud. Sorry, just not. I don't know if you're dumb enough to actually like and subscribe to his videos. All right. So we are going to give you guys the news now. So what is happening is I might be starting a new job here in the next couple weeks. Tomorrow I will be going to get all that done to start the job, and so what's happening is I won't be able to do the stream every Thursday. It will have to get put back to every other Thursday, more than likely, or more than that, because the way the job works is it's 3 on, 2 off, 2 on, 3 off, 12-hour shifts. It's second shift. It's about 6 o'clock to about 5. They're 12-hour shifts. So, like, I'll be working. So, my body's gonna hurt, but that's why I'm probably gonna have to go to taking a lot of pain meds. TikTok, you guys may still get streams. It all depends on what kind of mood I'm in. Where Rumble, YouTube, and Twitch the stream will be switching in quite a way. But the good part, so that is the bad news. The good news is I'll have more money on hand, which means I'll have more money to put into the streams, and I'll have more money into getting some other videos put together. I do want to still work on doing PC build videos and PC build streams, so I'm probably going to set something up for that. It's just going to take time. Like, you do guys realize that I'm just going to fucking ban you and mute you. Like, you're not gonna... Like, this is gonna happen. Going forward for TikTok. I'm sorry. Like, last night's stream, you guys were off the fucking walls. It was too much. Just way too much. You guys are crazy. Like, there's a certain point before you sit there and go, should I actually go in here and say these things? You shouldn't. Brayden, come on now. And now you're spamming the same fucking bullshit today. Like, dude, come on. Yeah. Yeah. I'll probably be losing weight from it too. But my main focus is just getting back to work. I don't care. Well, not really getting back to work, just getting a better job. One second. So yeah, so that's what's going on. So things are they're changing quite a bit, and I'm just taking a step back and doing what needs to be done. Okay, so guys, I'm gonna put you on some music while we have because those of you guys on the mainstream, we are doing a thing where we're doing a behind the scenes stream on TikTok, and we're gonna play some music for you guys. And I'm gonna talk with the TikTok chat, and then we'll be back.
My name is Leon, time of
I am a happy fanboy. Long live happy. Long live Warcraft 3.
Got hacked. Credit card numbers, your password, your email, all got stolen in that dumb Sony sale.
Small price to pay for the greatest games ever.
Shut the fuck up.
Suck my dick, dude.
Never!
Oh, are you triggered? Are you guys filled with hatred?
Yeah.
I would be too if I lived in my mom's basement.
You're better than us. At least we've had sex. Hey, what do you look like? Oh wait, let me guess.
800 pounds, reeks of semen and sweat.
But everyone's a badass on the internet.
All around the world, there's just one who you will defend your chosen console. And so took on the stakes have grown, but through the flames and through the truth we'll
All right, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Oh, forgot something. All right. Guess who we got? We got more Harmon Smith, guys. For some reason, this man thinks that Pal World has reached record low numbers. And they hit like another 900,000 players on Steam. Yeah, they're still like, they're averaging around 400,000 players a day. That's a record-breaking low there, buddy. Like literally, this is his title. It's telling me right now he did no research before making this video, so he's doing the exact same shit he always does. Fucking Harmon. You got an intro now? Dumbass has an intro. We're gonna see this in the other video too?
Like a big.
Did he seriously do an AI fucking video? I can't complain because I've done AI videos and I've done AI things. But your intro's AI. Interesting. Interesting.
Big stinky fart. Power World has just dissipated into the wind, never to be smelled again.
Dude, that's not true at all. What? Okay. This is for Harmon because he's a fucking idiot. That is the current Steam chart. And that's as of a week. If we can go to max, it's dropped down. So the lowest it looks like it's ever been is 29,000 players. It still hasn't reached its peak, but it is not dropping at all right now. Its player count has pretty much stayed steady its entire lifespan since pre-release. Like, I don't know why you think it's anything other than what it is. Like, it tells me you're not getting your information correct there, buddy.
Like, it is crazy just how quickly this thing has fallen off. You know, after a long period of irrelevancy, Power World finally released their 1.0 update, which briefly surged their numbers up to about half of what they were at their all-time peak. And ever since then, they've just been slowly declining. This week, I was told that
it happens with every game. That's nothing new. But I wonder how pissed these Nintendo fanboys are going to get if Pal World gets Game of the Year this year. Since it hit its 1.0, since it's a complete and finished game, that would make me laugh. If Pal World gets Game of the Year, these guys will be fucking losing it, and we will cover it and make fun of them for it.
Oh, just wait until the weekend and then they'll spike because Power World fans have jobs. And what ended up happening is
yes, we have jobs, dude. We have to go and do our job every day. We can't sit there and play Power World all the time. Which I picked it up again. I'm playing it with along other games, which I'm really getting bad at. Like I'll play it like I played Power World yesterday, and then today I was playing the Crew 2. So
that we consistently got a 150,000 player drop like every week throughout the entire week, every day throughout the entire week. And now on Monday,
we haven't gotten that. What? The lowest it's been since 3.0 is 300,000. Am I right? 332,000 has been the lowest point since the 1.0. And it's actually gone up and down, which means it's still relevant, dude. I don't understand how you don't get that.
fallen even further from that because now it's at like right now it was at like 400,000, which is significantly lower than it was this time last week. So the numbers are dropping. There is no long-term relevancy for Power World. It's never going to have this kind of brief surge of relevancy again. It's over. And right now you're seeing people desperately try and sell the card game. Like you have that one weirdo who's
Harmon. Okay, let's be honest here, dude. The game has already outsold most of the Pokemon games. There's only one that it hasn't outsold, and that game came out in the 90s. One second. Just moderating the TikTok chat. So you're not understanding what is happening or what is going on. Obviously, once again, you do this all the fucking time. And I don't know where you're getting your information. This is why we make fun of you, dude.
Trying to say that like the TCG, like it sold like 3.5 million cards, like, and that's somehow impressive when Pokemon prints like 10 billion a year. You know, like again, if you look at the
It's because it's a small company and not a multi-billion-dollar company with a franchise that's been going on now for well over 20 years. Like
the actual numbers, like Power World is just not competitive, not only with Pokemon, but with pretty much any other Nintendo franchise. Okay, there are just lots of examples of this. Like it really feels like
really. Yeah, there's 10 Nintendo franchises they'll never hold up to, and even Pokemon doesn't. But at the end of the day, you got to understand why that happens because these games are old. Like, if you're comparing it to an old fucking franchise, of course it's not going to pull the same numbers because millennials and Gen Xers have been playing these games for generations now. So that isn't helping your case, dude.
To me, that Splatoon Raiders actually outperformed it. And that's kind of crazy to say, but like
I doubt we're gonna get it. No, because Nintendo doesn't give out that information, so you don't have that information. Like, I don't know where you're getting this information. Again, guys, he speaks off the top of his fucking head. Nintendo has never given out player counts. We'll only be able to get maybe the sale numbers. And we can't even get that because Nintendo's not giving that information out. So it's not, you're not getting anywhere with that, dude.
Like, considering how...
Guys, this is what Harmon Smith does. Anyone who knows how Harmon Smith does things. He just speaks off the top of his head, doesn't do any research, doesn't look the stuff up before he goes and talks. He just does it. No, we're not doing song requests today, Andy. Like, he just does. That's the problem with Harmon, and that it was always been a problem with Harmon.
How much the general gaming community rallied behind Power World, but it is true. Like, Power World does have more discussion about it. Like, it has better lore, it has better action, it has better gameplay. You know, the frame rate doesn't drop as much, the visuals are better, the story is better, there's more content, right? Raiders is like a very good example as to why Power World is never ever going to succeed. In that Splatoon Raiders is a spin-off game from a Nintendo IP, and Power World is like the flagship game of Pocket Pair, and yet like Raiders clears it in every aspect.
We don't know that. Like, dude, there is no information on Splatoon's player numbers or sales numbers. I just looked it up. These numbers do not exist. Nintendo has never given these numbers out. So just assuming something doesn't work in your case, dude. Makes you look dumber, actually, to be honest with you.
Right? And I don't even like Raiders that much, but like it's undeniable that Raiders is quite a bit better than its immediate competition. Like, and if you actually compare Pokemon as like an RPG franchise, like the narrative with Pocket Pair fans right now is they do this thing is they're like, oh, I put hundreds of hours into Power World. It's my favorite game ever. Like, 100 hours is pretty mild for like a Pokemon fan. Okay.
I could beat a Pokemon game in 6. Power World is a much bigger and larger game than any of the Pokemon games. What am I reaching down for? I don't know, man. I don't know where you're assuming I'm just reaching down. Like, I don't know where you're getting this information, dude. I really don't.
Like, a lot of these Poke YouTubers, they put like thousands of hours into Pokemon. Okay? Like, and across like a wide range of different games.
So again, you're comparing the entire franchise to one fucking game. You're comparing multiple games to one game. You're just trying to grasp straws is what you're doing. Like, this is why we make fun of you, Harmon. I don't know if you realize this. We make fun of you because you don't seem to understand or get it that people don't exactly take what you have to say to heart. We think you're fucking stupid. You don't do any research before you make your fucking videos. And then you just assume that you got a gotcha. When the actuality of the whole situation is you didn't.
Too. Like, the entire idea that Power World is bigger and better than Pokemon because of its like Steam player counts, it completely diminishes the fact that like Nintendo doesn't publicly release their player counts, and two, that Pokemon.
So you just proved my point in your fucking video as you said the exact opposite shortly before. What the fuck, dude? So you even know that they have not given out player counts or sale counts for Splatoon, for Splatoon Raiders. Yet here you are, just grasping straws, hoping to get a gotcha. Dude, come the fuck on, dude. Like, seriously. Could you do us all a favor and do the research, try to find what you're saying, and provide it? If you can't, think twice about making the fucking video. Don't just assume shit, because people are getting sick of you fanboys fucking just speaking off the top of your heads and hoping you got a gotcha. Like, the facts hurt your feelings every fucking time, and we know it because we see it. You're proving your point. Or, no, you're proving my point, really, to be honest with you. Like, he goes from one side to another, and he does this.
Fans are divided a bunch of different products who are all engaging with the brands in different ways. Like, there are plenty of times where I play multiple different Pokemon games a day. You know, like, that's not something that like Pocket Pair is ever going to compete with. But like, the narrative has always been.
What? No, it can't right now because there isn't another Power World game to play. Again, you're comparing an entire franchise to one game. You're comparing multiple games to one game. That's not how that works. And we've proven if you were to compare the entire franchise, you would have to look at where Power World is sitting against all those different games. And the only Pokemon game it hasn't outsold is Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow. The original 3.
And that Pocket Pair has outsold Pokemon. And this is the big like point of contention.
It's outsold most of the Pokemon games. Yes. That is fact. Why are you taking fact as fake? Like, dude, come on. This fanboy, I swear to God, defending Nintendo because it makes me feel happy. They made me feel happy since I was a kid, so I gotta defend them nonstop.
That like a lot of people bring up is that they think that like Pocket Pair has sold 40 million units. Like, they really think it's true. They really think that Power World has outsold.
It's sold 30. This guy ain't seeing a dime, I know. That's why we're making fun of him. Yeah, that is we actually don't have the current numbers right now because the numbers go or yeah, right now as of about 30.5 million, which is more than most of the Pokemon games. There's only one that it isn't sold over, and that's the original 3 from the 90s.
Sold every single Pokemon game. Like, if that was true, Power World would be a phenomenon. You know, Power World would be talked about like, you know, outside of Twitter. You know, it'd be a mainstream.
It is being talked outside of Twitter. There's streamers and content creators making content on Power World right now, making it bigger, making it more powerful, getting more people to play the game. I don't understand how you don't see that or understand how that works. You're still just grasping straws, hoping to get something, and you're losing at that. All right, guys, I'm gonna go get more coffee. I will be right back.
Listen up, let me tell it to you straight. All that stuff you guys are talking, it ain't nothing but hate. So sit down, shut up, and try not to look sour. Cause now you mother truckers are playing with superpower. But Nintendo's been around since before you all were born. Making card games and love hotels, but not porn. But they saw a clear future the same way you see a photo. And they hired a guy by the name of Miyamoto, who brought us a Mario and Zelda and Samus. If you don't know these names, you're just an ignoramus. No violence, bright colors, all my problems are solved. Cause Wii Sports gets my whole family involved. I mean, come on, take a look at this cutie. And in just a few years, she'll be kicking you up a tootie. Girl gamers are awesome, you have to agree. And this one is learning a Mario Party.
Girl gamer here, and my husband speaks the truth. Nintendo is the best at everything they do. Think you're hardcore? Then see you talk with cash. Just don't cry to mommy when I rip your ass and smash.
Go around the web. There's just one who you will defend. Your chosen counsel and souls have grown, the stakes have grown. But through the flames and through the trolls will rise a hero.
Of course, the Nintendo boy shows up kicking. Did you run out of cartridge slots to stick your dick in? Language, guys. My kid can hear you. Well, that's more than your crappy mobile app can do.
Nintendo and online.
Don't make me laugh. Yeah, but it's free. There's a reason for that. Friend codes, disconnects, lag, and no chatting. Better than you guys with all the copycatting. So they took what you did and improved it by far.
Too bad your controllers are still missing the mark.
Your analog sticks are pretty bad.
Okay, well, neither of you have a decent D-pad.
Need precise controls for your schoolgirl dating sim. I'd say he got served, but you're no better than him.
Get the hell off my wagon, or I drop you like a ball.
I've played with 12-year-olds who have railed your mom. Okay, that's messed up.
Oh yeah? You wanna fight?
Hey, say the word, we'll take this shit outside.
Oh, snap!
All you fools bickering are such a disgrace. Let me introduce you to the PC Master Race. You don't stand a chance with my...
Around the web, there's just one who you will defend. Your chosen counsel and souls have grown, the stakes have grown. But through the flames and through the truth will rise a hero.
Are such a disgrace. Let me introduce you to the PC Master Race. You don't stand a chance with my...
Around the web, there's just one who you will defend. Your chosen counsel and souls have grown, the stakes have grown. But through the...
Okay. We always gotta make fun of the fucking fanboys. Every time. Alright, Harmon.
Thing, but like, it isn't. Like, the only thing Power World is known for is being a knockoff of Pokemon. Like, Power World is just the Temu, like the Pokemon at home, right? It's like that knockoff brand that like grandmas buy at stores because it looks similar to like what their kids like what their grandkids like Power World like has not sold 40 million units. And this is very, very observable simply by like looking at the numbers and like the exact statements made and like where the information is coming from. Like, they're not that successful, honestly. Like, you know, you have people coming out and saying that like, oh, Power World, it's made $750 million since launch. And I'm just like, Pokemon Go makes like more than that, by itself in like 2 years. Okay, like again, 750 million. It sounds impressive, but not so much when you're going up against the biggest brand in the world. And honestly, I haven't seen any indication that it's true anyway. You know, like
What do you
people keep
mean?
throwing out these big numbers.
Look it up, dude. It is not that hard to find this information. Like, do you not have access to a fucking, like, a cell phone? Like, we have access to more information at our fingertips. Yet for some reason, you guys seem to get dumber and dumber. I don't get it. I really don't.
With no real concern for the context or like what it means like business wise, because what Pocket Pair did was they ripped off Nintendo and then promoted themselves as having gotten away with ripping them off, and now they're playing victim now that they're getting sued and now that they're losing the lawsuit.
They're not losing the lawsuit. Oh my god. Guys, he has no clue. They're winning the lawsuit. Most of the patents have been thrown out the courtroom. They're losing. I can't with this fucking fanboy. I can't. Oh.
World is losing the lawsuit, by the way. Like, this has always been their business plan.
You know, it's not that hard to get this information, Harmon. And I'm just proving it once again. Is Nintendo losing the Pocket Pair / Pal World lawsuit? Recent developments suggest Nintendo is unlikely to win a decisive victory in its patent infringement case against Pocket Pair, developer of Pal World. Nintendo and the Pokemon Company filed a lawsuit in September 2024 in the Tokyo District Court, alleging that Pal World infringed on at least 2 Japanese patents, covering gameplay mechanics such as capturing creatures by throwing objects, aiming at targets in 3D space, and switching between rideable creatures mid-air. Nintendo sought damages and demanding injunction, but Pocket Pair denied infringement from the start. Pocket Pair argues that Nintendo's patents do not cover the mechanics used in Pal World, pointing out that similar systems exist in other games, and Pal World's mount switching feature was shown to players before Nintendo filed the relevant patents. They have also been changing or removing features in Pal World to work around Nintendo's claims and tactic common in patent disputes. Nintendo's legal struggle. Okay. Patent experts note that Nintendo's case is not as straightforward as past rulings, and that the company has even amended one of its own patents mid-case with unusual wording, even which could weaken its claim. This suggests Nintendo is trying to broaden its case, but risk credibility. By late 2026, reports indicate the case is nearing its close, with a court decision expected in November 2026. Even if Nintendo wins, the payout is capped at $30,000, and the ruling would likely only cover early versions of Pal World, without the changes Pocket Pair made. Analysts say Nintendo may not recoup its $40 million plus litigation costs, and the case could end as a symbolic loss rather than a financial one. While Nintendo has not conceded defeat, the legal and financial realities point to a high probability of a narrow or non-recoverable win for them. Pocket Pair appears to be mounting a strong defense, and the case could set a precedent on how patent law applies to game mechanics. So again, it is not that hard to do any fucking research, and you don't do it. I've never ever every fucking video we've reacted to of you, you never seem to do your research. I've made fun of you this multiple times, and you know I'm making fun of you because we know you watch the content. Come on.
And yet people don't really see it that way. People see it as like some huge, like actual, like by its own merit success story. And it really truly is not. Like, I do think this is the major takeaway we have to have for this, like that we
Yeah, I'm
have
not doing that.
to we have to take away from this is that like
And if you're gonna
Power
spam that
World
shit, I'm
is
just gonna
like
block you and
posturing.
remove your
Like
chat.
none of these numbers are real. Like the player retention numbers are not real. Like the idea that it's like this huge brand is not true. Like you look at like behind the curtain a little bit, and what you see is like um a scenario that truly doesn't make any sense. It did not sell 40 million units. It is just like the long and short of it. And even if it did, it wouldn't surpass Pokemon in relevancy because there are plenty of games that technically outsell Pokemon. Stuff like Grand
I'm
Theft
not
Auto,
doing
stuff
any
like COD, stuff
co-hosts
like that. But
for
like,
this.
they're not
I'm
like
not gonna do random
Pokemon.
co-hosts.
Pokemon brings
No.
in more money
Don't say please
because of like how
no.
well run of a brand it is, and how merchandisable it is, and because of all the other stuff it does, like outside of video games, like Pocket Pair.
Pocket Pair is beating Nintendo in their own fucking game, and we find it absolutely fucking hilarious that an indie studio is pissing Nintendo off so much, and Nintendo is exposing themselves for not wanting to compete. Is really what is coming out on this. So what is happening is Nintendo doesn't want to compete, so they're trying to sue Power World into the dirt. They are losing. Nintendo is losing the court. You know how many patents have been thrown out the window? Because they're pointless. Like telling a game company they can't use a mechanic is like telling a music artist they can't use a certain tune, or a painter can't use a certain color or use a certain picture, or not like a certain picture, but they can't make a certain picture, or they can't use a certain color, they can't use a certain technique. All these things. You're removing art. This is the damage that I don't think you realize that Nintendo is doing. And instead of sitting there saying, hey, Nintendo, why don't you just compete and make a better game, which is what we all want Nintendo to do. But what are they doing? They're doing the exact opposite. They are doubling down. You realize that they're going to be in deep water for a long time, and they're going to make you, their customer, pay for it. But Harmon will be happy to pay for it.
Is not going to have the same kind of success. And that's very obvious simply by like looking at them and what they're doing and like how they're trying to damage control them. Like, again, they are
they're winning the case. Like, we just brought that shit up.
I'm trying to tell you that Power World has outperformed Pokemon when it's not even number one on Steam right now. Like that's the angle.
It has surpassed. It's been on number one for Steam on multiple occasions now. More than once, it has reached over 1 million players. More than once, it has. This is why Power World is being goated, because only a handful of games have reached the 1 million mark on Steam, and Power World is one of them. Not once, but twice. And at the end of the day, people are goating Power World for what it is.
They're going with, and like people are just desperately trying to like avoid reality. Like they're not questioning it. Like they're just trying to tell you that like, well, look at the player count though. Like doesn't matter.
Player count doesn't matter? What the fuck? That's a new one. So the gamers don't count. The people spending the money doesn't count. Harmon, you're an idiot.
Like Pokemon has more players, overall than anything.
That's because there's more games. I God damn, these fucking Nintendo fanboys are stupid as hell. Every fucking time. Every fucking time.
Our world will ever do. It's not even really worth bringing up, honestly. And yet, like, we're still in this phase where people will just delusionally deny everything about how Pocket Pair is failing, right? And I think the most blatant example.
The problem is you're saying they're failing when they're not. The evidence points to the contrary of what you're saying. And instead of sitting there going, oh, I was wrong, you take your L, Harmon. You don't take your L. You sit there and double down on your L and make yourself look worse every fucking time. You never do any research. If you did, you would know that this game is literally dominating. And it is doing a good job. And it's an independent studio that costs $30, which proves multiple points on its own. Okay? They gave what the gamers wanted. Something that that a lot of people wanted Nintendo to do with Pokemon, but it's never happened. So they filled a hole that Nintendo refused to fill. Okay? That's the part you don't understand. And so by doing that, they have done what they have done. They have damaged Nintendo in quite a few ways. But a lot of it is Nintendo doing it to themselves. Nintendo is not a good company, and I don't know why you guys defend that fucking corporation. I didn't know that was Casey.
Well, that is the lawsuit, because right now people are like insisting that Nintendo's lost the lawsuit, that patents are getting thrown out, that like nobody's happy with Nintendo right now, that the lawsuit is frivolous, and that's just not true. Like, if you actually look at the sources for this, it's some English speaking writer from a website that has nothing to do with Japan or the patent office, and
Okay. I can't with you. I can't. We just pulled all the information up on it. I'm not doing it again. I'm not disproving this man once again in the same fucking stream, watching the same fucking video. This man is a fucking idiot. He is a moron. He doesn't understand how the world works or what is going on. He's just speaking off the top of his head, not doing any research, just assuming he's right when he's wrong. But that's not how the world works, dude. You don't just assume that what you think is facts are facts. The facts are the facts. They're not, to this man, the truth isn't the truth. The lie is the lie. No, he thinks the truth isn't the truth and the lie is the truth. And that is the problem. And then you just fucking go with it. You lie. You make shit up. You go off the top of your head. And at times, you even discredit yourself. We watched it in this fucking video with the fucking Splatoon game. Come on.
Doesn't understand Japanese patent law. So what we're seeing is
Japanese patent law is the one throwing the patents out the fucking window, you idiots. You just want to remove art. You want it to literally hurt the industry. You want Nintendo to kill the rest of the industry, but through the fucking courtroom. You realize the damage that will do to the gaming industry. Like, do you even understand? Do you get it?
Like, people misconstruing statements from this individual and passing them off as fact, when in actuality, like, what we're seeing is just like a complete and total Nintendo domination. One of the big misconceptions I keep seeing is people like spurging out about Nintendo not getting like a big payout for the lawsuit. Like, that's not the goal. They don't need.
No, their goal is to literally create a monopoly, you idiot. I don't understand how you don't understand this. Their goal is to control the entire industry in a way that is wrong. Instead of competing like every other company should, they rather hide behind the courtrooms, hide behind the fucking judge. But even the judges and the courtrooms are seeing through their bullshit. You are losing your point every inch of the way. At the end of the day, this is going to go down as Nintendo being the bad guy once again, because they've done this shit in the past. They did it with fucking Sega back in the fucking 80s, if you don't remember. I don't think he's old enough to remember. But nor does he know the history of gaming. So I just you guys are so fucking stupid. I can't with you guys sometimes. You guys double down on the fucking bullshit. You don't come up with any facts. You just talk off the top of your heads. I deal with you fucking fanboys all the goddamn time, and it's the exact same shit. Over, and over.
To make money on this lawsuit. Like, the important thing is shutting down Power World and just crippling their business. And they have already succeeded on that.
No, they have not. Power World 1.0 still happened. They are still selling copies. The game is still relevant. They still have a good player count. Why are you sitting there going, oh, well, it's just a blimp? No, what has happened is Nintendo has exposed themselves for who they are. They refuse to compete. So instead of competing like they should, they rather go to the courtroom. They rather hide behind fucking patents and hoping one of them sticks, which it doesn't look like any of them are going to stick, by the way. Like, you're losing your whole arguments because you don't understand what is going on and what is happening. No one right now respects Nintendo. Except for you fucking fanboys who defend them every inch of the way, even when they were in the wrong. Do you realize the damage Nintendo will do if they get away with everything? Which it doesn't look like they will. Okay? Do you understand the damage that will happen if they get away with everything? Do you? Because I don't think you do. I think you do not understand that. You don't care about the consumer. You don't care about the gamer. You just care about your precious plastic box. And this is why I call you fanboys all the time. Because PlayStation does it. Xbox does it. Nintendo does it. They've all done it. They are so, like, a lot of these companies, yes, Xbox is getting better. I'll give them credit. Okay, and they've gotten a lot better over the years. That's because they got fucking humbled like a motherfucker. Okay? But Nintendo is going down as the second most greedy company in the world next to fucking PlayStation. And this is just part of the reason why this is being... this is why we're telling you this. And instead of calling out Nintendo for doing something that is completely wrong and will fuck up the entire industry, you guys are doubling down, defending this fucking corporation, saying what they're doing is okay and right when it isn't. You guys do not care about the industry. If you did, you would want Nintendo to lose. If you cared about the consumer, you would want Nintendo to lose. If you cared about developers, like you guys say you do, you would want Nintendo to lose. If you cared about indie devs, you would want Nintendo to lose. You understand that? No, you don't.
Because they've already prevented Power World from infringing on like several critical aspects of their brand. You know, with the whole ball thing and some like they
had to throw a lot of that stuff out. A lot of that stuff has been thrown out. Do your research. The patents that they were trying to file have existed in games prior to Pokemon. Literally, they tried to do a patent, guys. Not joking. On Nintendo tried to get a patent on writing a mount. Just the action of writing a mount. And he doesn't understand the damage of what Nintendo would have done if a lot of these patents had gone through. They just used, I'm going to be honest with you, I think Nintendo used Power World as an excuse to control the industry. Like, I don't understand how you think that is a good thing. I don't understand how you think Nintendo trying to get patents on things they never came up with is a good thing. They have literally copied other games in multiple fucking games. Their games have been inspired by others, but yet no one's allowed to get inspired by them? That's not how this fucking works. That's not how art works. That's not how movies work. It doesn't work anywhere else. How does it work in gaming? It's still an art form. You're still creating something. Like, come on.
Already had to make changes to the game because of that. Power World's already like admitted fault in a sense. They've already made concessions, but that's not going to be good enough, I think, because they infringe on Nintendo's patents, and they're going to have to pay for that.
What patents? They filed the patents after the game came out. Oh my god. Jesus fucking guys, stupid.
So we are going to see like Power World fall off no matter what. They're never going to recapture this. Like nobody's going to care about anything they do after this ever again. But like, the simple reality of it is that this is something that never should have happened. It is just my mindset is that people never should have taken Pocket Pair seriously. They never should have like believed these numbers. People really should have been like more skeptical of what we were getting told about this game and about.
Okay. Why are you not going to the facts? Why are you just making shit up? That's my problem with you, and that's always been my problem with you. You have a platform, yet you are literally telling your viewers who watch you on a regular basis lie after lie after lie, not doing any research. And I'm pretty sure there might be some people, I'm not saying all of your people who watch your content believe what you say, but I'm pretty sure there's a few viewers who believe everything you say, and that is the part of the problem, is because you're contributing to the problem in this industry. The gaming industry is falling apart, and you are literally contributing to it.
Like the legal proceedings about it, and like the reality is nobody did that because everybody wanted to believe that Pokemon was going to fail and that Nintendo was doomed. Like that's all it comes down to, really. That's what we saw happen. And it is absolutely something that we have to address going forward, because this is the same exact nonsense we had to deal with when it came to Yokai Watch or when it came to Temtem, when it came to like any one of these like awful Pokemon clones. Like, we were always told that Pokemon was finished.
They lost to Digimon. They did, and they're trying to go after Monster Hunter, a Monster Hunter, even though Monster Hunter is older than Pokemon. So they've done all this, okay, and they've lost every fucking time. I don't understand how you don't see what they're doing is damaging to the industry. Guys, he's got another fucking video defending Nintendo.
This is the Pokemon killer that Japanese children are moving.
No one has ever called Pal World the Pokemon killer. You, Nintendo fanboys, have called it the Pokemon killer. Jesus fucking Christ.
On from Pokemon, and like that just hasn't happened. Like, and it probably won't happen for a long time at this point. Like, even if something blows up and becomes hugely successful, like Fortnite, like you're gonna have to maintain that for decades to have a fraction of the relevancy that Pokemon has had, and I think that's a big
problem. Is Pal World isn't falling off. I don't think you understand what's happening. Okay, they're looking at it now. I heard from the grapevine that this is just a rumor, that they're working on a animated TV show as well. Okay, if they were failing that bad, they wouldn't be doing all this. They got a card game now. They've got plushies that you can buy, like stuff to collect. Like, Pal World is succeeding, and they're getting better.
Problem with Fortnite is that it just isn't possible for them. Like, they're too reliant on like the one super popular aspect of the game. In Fortnite's case, it's the battle royale mode, and like nothing else they do really takes off or becomes relevant, essentially. Like, and we're gonna see that happen and play out over and over and over again over the next several years. Like, there's gonna be more examples of like huge brands like Fortnite, Grand Theft Auto, and COD just massively falling off while Pokemon remains relevant, and it's entirely
okay. The games may fall off, dude. If Nintendo doesn't get their shit together and start making good Pokemon games, it will fall off. I don't think you understand that. I think you're grasping straws. Yeah, no, the entire Pokemon brand will stay around forever. But I'm talking about the games. You do realize the majority of gamers have not been happy with Pokemon for a very long time. I played Pokemon Sword. I did not like it. I'm being completely honest. I thought it sucked. And the reason why is it felt easy. It didn't feel fresh. Yeah, it was cool to see Pokemon in a different play style, but it was literally just the same game, and I beat it within 6 hours. Was it six hours? Like I beat it within like 3 days or something like that. I'd have to look on my Nintendo account.
Because in spite of what people say, Pokemon is one of the most well-run brands in entertainment, if not the most well-run. Like people do not realize how good Pokemon actually is, and
it's not as good as it used to be. Like I don't understand how you don't see that. Like I like the old Pokemon games. I don't like the new Pokemon games. I think they've been shit for quite a while now, and this is Nintendo's fault. It's no one's fault but Nintendo's. So supposedly Pal World's numbers have been debunked. You know, even though they're coming from fucking Steam and Valve. Okay. Okay.
at this stage, it really feels like I'm the only YouTuber to call Pal World out on their nonsense immediately. I was doing streams talking about what Pocket Pair was up to long before the game even came out in early access, right? So I don't know if anybody in the sphere has like researched this as much as I have and know as much as have talked about it as much as I have. So I suppose it falls to me to kind of talk about what's happened over the past couple of weeks and why everything you have been told about Pal World is a complete and total lie. The first thing.
Okay. It's not. I don't know where you're getting this information. Again, you're just spewing the same shit you did in the last video. We're still gonna watch. I'm gonna make fun of you for the fact that you changed your background once again. He does this, and yes, we still can tell that you're still in the basement. So, all right, we'll be right back.
Got hacked. Credit card numbers, your password, your email, all got stolen in that dumb Sony email.
Small price to pay for the greatest games ever.
Shut the fuck up.
Stuck my dick to
never.
Oh, are you triggered? Are you guys filled with hatred?
Yeah.
I would be too if I lived in my mom's basement.
You're better than us. At least we've had sex.
Hey, what do you look like? Oh wait, let me guess.
800 pounds, reeks of semen and sweat.
But everyone's a badass on the internet.
All around the world, there's just one who you will defend. Your chosen console, and so took on the stakes have grown. But through the flames and through the trolls will rise a hero. Fanboys.
Listen up, let me tell it to you straight. All that stuff you guys are talking, it ain't nothing but hate. So sit down, shut up, and try not to look sour. Cause now you mother truckers are playing with superpower. But Nintendo's been around since before you all were born. Making card games and love hotels, but not porn. But they saw a clear future the same way you see a photo. And they hired a guy by the name of Miyamoto, who brought us a Mario and Zelda and Samus. If you don't know these names, you're just an ignoramus. No violence, bright colors, all my problems are solved. Cause Wii Sports gets my whole family involved. I mean, come on, take a look at this cutie. And in just a few years, she'll be kicking you up a tootie. Girl gamers are awesome, you have to agree. And this one is learning a Mario Party.
Girl gamer here, and my husband speaks the truth. Nintendo is the best at everything they do. Think you're hardcore? Let's see you talk with cash. Just don't cry to mommy when I rape your ass and smash.
All around the world, there's just one who you will defend. Your chosen console, and so took on the stakes have grown. But through the flames and through the trolls will rise a hero.
Of course
course, a Nintendo boy shows up kicking.
Did you run out of cartridge slots to stick your dick in?
Language, guys. My kid can hear you. Well, that's more than your crappy mobile app can do.
Nintendo and online.
Don't make me laugh.
Yeah, but it's free. There's a reason for that.
Friend codes, disconnects,
Lag and no
chatting.
Better than you guys with all the copycatting. So they took what you did and improved it by far.
Too bad your controllers are still missing the mark.
Your analog sticks are pretty bad. Okay, well, neither of you have a decent D-pad.
Need precise controls for your schoolgirl dating sim?
I'd say he got served, but you're no better than him. Get the hell off my wagon, or I drop you like a ball.
I played with 12-year-olds who have railed your mom.
Okay, that's messed up.
Oh yeah, you wanna fight? Hey, say the word, we'll take this shit outside. Oh, snap!
All you fools bickering are such a disgrace. Let me introduce you to the PC Master Race. You don't stand a chance with my
Around the web, there's just one who you will defend. Your chosen counsel, and so took on the stakes have grown. But through the flames and through the truth, will rise a hero.
When I need space, that's where I go. A place to escape that nobody knows. Where I feel free to let things go and face this evil that burdens my soul. I bring my hatred, I pack my pain, all the emotions I cannot explain. It's where I found God and filled that hole. It's He, myself, and I on that lonely dirt road. I needed somewhere to take my mistakes. I didn't want my family to see me cry. They'll never know I'm carrying all of this weight, dealing with the pressure of trying to provide. No sign of struggle can show on my face. They ask if I'm okay, I just flash them a smile. Fire up that engine to take me away. I'm speeding through emotions with every mile. On that road is where I find my peace. I remember Daddy told me about some times like these. On that road is where my mind's at ease. I keep driving life away, rejecting change. So when I need space, that's where I go. A place to escape that nobody knows. Where I feel free to let things go and face this evil that burdens my soul. I bring my hatred, I pack my pain, all the emotions I cannot explain. It's where I found God and filled that hole. It's He, myself, and I on that lonely dirt road. I tried my best to plant the seeds and then I watered everything that was in my life. But as a man, the only flowers that you get are when you're 6 feet under on the day you die. I think I feel the pain my father felt, it's finally sinking in. Looking back, all I see is his eyes. He said that house is not a home unless you build it on respect, with some kids and a loving wife. If these walls could talk, I'd bet they'd say it's all my fault. That I don't try hard, that I ain't man enough, that I ain't standing up, that I just burn everything that my hands touch. Whoa. If these walls could talk, I'd bet they say I'm to blame, that I'm the one who put myself inside of all of these chains, that my addictive personality's what ran them away, and that I hurt myself by staying quiet and not explain. And now I'm broken in places I can't even see. I know there's gotta be a heaven, cause the hell that's in me is taking a dangerous toll that I'm paying with all of my soul. When I need space, that's where I go. A place to escape that nobody knows, where I feel free to let things go and face this evil that burdens my soul. I bring my hatred, I pack my pain, all the emotions I cannot explain. It's where I found God and filled that hole. It's He, myself, and I on that lonely dirt road.
Out of the depths I cry to you.
All right, we're back. Let me get the TikTok behind the scenes back up. All right. All right. Sorry, TikTok. It looks like the TikTok stream went down, so I got to back up. All right. Well, let's finish this fucking Harmon bullshit. Just had to deal with something.
Thing I think we have to address is the sales numbers, because a lot of people have been coming out making claims that Pocket Pair has confirmed that they have over 40 million units sold and that therefore they've outsold every Pokemon.
Oh, you're talking about the post on Steam. That actually might be accurate. We don't know what's Oh. So that is actually accurate, dude. Ah. That's 700 million in 2.5 years. Wow. It outsold fucking Power or Elden Ring. It's fucking nuts. That is nuts, guys. That is nuts. So, oh wow. So those numbers are accurate.
Game in existence. Not only is this not true,
where are you getting your information? I just literally looked it up now.
If it was, it still would not be enough to dethrone Pokemon, because Pokemon is putting out new titles every year, generating significantly more than Pokemon through a variety of different releases. Okay, in the past
that's
couple
full of shit. They are not releasing a new game every year. I don't know where you're getting that fucking information.
of years alone, we got Pokemon Pokopia, we got Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green re-release, we got Pokemon Legends ZA plus DLC. We got
remasters aren't the same as a new game. I don't understand how you don't understand that. And actually, technically, it was just a re-release. It wasn't actually a remaster. I played Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green on the Switch. It was nothing more than just a port. That was it.
Scarlet and Violet DLC, a couple of years back. We got the original release of Scarlet and Violet, and we're getting Winds and Waves this year, all being sold at a higher price than Power World, which means that they'll bring in more revenue, and that means they'll bring in more money.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
So essentially, Power World would have to sell twice as much to be competitive with a single release of Pokemon. But it's kind of a moot point anyway, because Power World is not actually selling as much as reported, because Power World is a privately owned company. And in Japan, privately owned companies are not held to the same standard when it comes to their sales numbers.
What are you talking about? Please don't tell me you think they don't have to be accurate on their fucking sales numbers. Yes, they can. They cannot do that because that is fraud. Please tell me you know what the fuck fraud is. Please tell me you know what fraud is. That goes for any company. They don't put the actual numbers out. They can literally go to prison. And the company will be liquidated. Like, do you not understand how that works? Oh. Please don't tell me I just got a fucking sliver on my big toe. A bad spot. Fuck.
Are perfectly free to misrepresent their sales numbers and claim they've sold significantly more than they already have, because the primary reason to be honest about sales numbers is for shareholders. So if you don't...
No! Oh my god. Oh god, he's stupid. God damn. I want to call him something, but I'm not going to because it's just mean and disrespectful, and I'm just not doing it. I gotta pull this fucking silver out, guys. 1 second. I got a wood floor. I have to wait for it to want to come out. That's gonna hurt for a couple days. Oh, nice.
Have shareholders like Pocket Pair doesn't, you can go ahead and lie about your number.
No, you can't. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. He is suggesting that Pal World is breaking the fucking law. I can't with this dude.
To the public, however you want. However, that doesn't apply to tax filings, and that doesn't apply to other scenarios. But when it comes to public representation, when it comes to marketing terms, you can lie about your numbers all you want. So the mindset that people have that Pocket Pair has sold 40 million copies of Power World because they said so doesn't really hold up under any kind of scrutiny. Like, we have seen that the player counts on Steam do not match those numbers. They are significantly lower than they should be if the game was genuinely that popular. Okay, we can see clearly on YouTube, on Twitch, and all these other platforms, this is not a game that sold 40 million units. Okay.
Yes, it has. Oh my god. Oh, dude, I can't with this man. I can't.
Like, it's just not that popular. And it's very clearly observable by simply looking at Power World sales do not come from an official source, and as a result of that, they need to be tossed out outright. The source that these numbers are over 40 million units sold, they're coming from Power World specifically. Like, they released like the shitty
I can't. I really can't. Armin, you really aren't too bright, are you? I know you watch this content. I know you're going to watch this stream. You're not too bright. And you're just doubling down on how fucking stupid you are. For a man who writes books, you're not bright.
JPEG images with like a big number attached to them, and people just kind of blindly believe it. That is not a reliable source, and we cannot take it seriously. There's no real indication that that number is real or accurate, and it should be thrown out for that reason. Now, that kind of goes into my second point as to like the people who exactly is pushing these numbers as legitimate? Because you see a lot of big names on here. You see like Jeff Keighley and you see a lot of YouTubers, but like the simple reality is these people do have an active interest in downplaying the Pokemon IP and destroying Nintendo as a brand. We've seen this like happen time and time again over the years. We've seen this happen time and time again over the years, whether it's like giving The Last of Us HBO Best Movie Adaptation over the Super Mario Brothers movie, which was a far more successful product, or like trying to glaze Baldur's Gate 3 and say it was a way better game than Tears of the Kingdom, even though Tears of the Kingdom has stayed far more relevant for far longer than Baldur's Gate ever has. We're seeing something similar happen to Power World because we're seeing the
No, there isn't the same. Okay, so Baldur's Gate, yes, is still relevant today. I don't, dude, you're not bright. Again, you're attacking indie development teams. You're attacking small companies and defending your multi-billion-dollar corporation, acting like, I got a gotcha. Dude, get the fucking numbers right.
Same exact people who have spent like the past several years insisting that Pokemon is irrelevant, that Pokemon can't compete, that Pokemon is outdated, that nobody likes it, like completely flip a switch and try glazing Power World. In fact, there are a lot.
No one's trying to glaze Power World. They're just being honest about Power World. I don't understand how you don't understand that. If you don't get that, then that's on you. That's no one's fault but your own. If you can't understand why Power World is so popular and why people enjoy it, then that is on you. It's not on anyone else, and you can't sit there and defend Nintendo and act like they're fucking causing plagiarism when the truth of the matter is they're not. Look at the Steam numbers. I dare you to go look at the Steam numbers. On Steam alone, they've sold almost 30 million copies. On Steam alone. Okay, that is not including Xbox, and that is not including PlayStation. So at the end of the day, you need to pay attention and go, hey, you know what? This game is succeeding because it gave the consumer what they wanted. Hey, that's a good thing. And stop defending Nintendo. They don't owe you anything. You're not getting a dime from that corporation. You're not a shareholder. Or is he a shareholder and I just don't know about it?
lot of these YouTubers who have never talked about Pokemon in their lives coming out and trying to push this narrative that
I've never talked about Pokemon in my life. I've never talked about Pokemon in my life.
that Power World is like the next big thing. It's a cultural phenomenon. It's outperforming Pokemon.
It is. Does that bother you? I kind of feel like it does. I think you're coping right now. To be completely honest with you, you're fucking coping. If you can't see the forest through the trees, that's on you. Like, I don't know what's wrong with you, dude. You don't ever come up with any factual proof of what you're saying, and you assume that you get a gotcha when you don't. You do no fucking research, and you just fucking speak off the top of your head, and you get nothing right. I don't understand how you don't understand how you sound like a fucking idiot. How you sound fucking I'm not gonna say it, but you sound stupid as hell. You sound like you don't understand what is going on in the industry, and all you sound like is a fucking corporate bootlicker who glazes fucking Nintendo every fucking day. No one is gonna take you seriously because of that. And your channel shows us that. So at the end of the day, you're losing every inch of the way. You're being exposed all the fucking time. And we know you for who you are, a fucking bootlicker. You're a corporate dick sucker. And I swear to God, you probably take, if Nintendo had a dick, you would take that shit all the way down to your fucking tonsils because you're not bright at all. You do not do your research. You do not sit there and go, hey, you know what? Maybe Nintendo isn't a good company. Maybe the fact that they're going after an indie studio while being a multi-billion-dollar company is fucking fucked up. Because all you care about is your plastic box. And you want value to your plastic box. Or your plastic handheld.
It's huge, right? And they're not doing it because they're fans of either game or because they particularly care about Power World. Like, it's specifically to grift off of the desire of PC gamers to see Pokemon fail. Because
no, we want Pokemon games to do better. What Power World does is it forces Nintendo to do better. I don't know how you don't understand that. You are so against competition, it is disgusting. I have never seen anyone as much against fucking competition like fucking Nintendo fanboys and fucking PlayStation fanboys. Hands down. These fanboys do not like their plastic box having competition. And every time they get it, they're like, oh, it's a bad thing. We don't want it. Like, you guys defend that fucking company to the end of days. If the company told you guys to go jump off a fucking bridge, I'm pretty sure you would. Okay? You guys, okay, I give you guys Nintendo fan base credit. You're not as bad as the PlayStation fan base. That one is much worse. But you guys are catching up, and you're doing it pretty goddamn quick. It's because you guys are bootlicking a fucking corporation that does not care that you exist. They do not know you exist, and they don't give a rat's ass what you think. They don't give a rat's ass about, all they care about is getting your money. And the sad thing is they know because you're a fucking simp and you'll buy anything that Nintendo spews out, they know they can get away with it. With you guys, anyways. The rest of us are fucking calling them out. They're losing.
Because a lot of people have this mindset that Pokemon is just this, like, really generic, boring IP. It isn't. But as long as it exists...
Like I said earlier, Pokemon hasn't been good in years. And I'm gonna have to say it like when I mean years, I mean years. I haven't enjoyed a Pokemon game in years. The first time I enjoyed a Pokemon game was I re-enjoyed fucking Pokemon Fire Red, but that was just because it was the same game. It wasn't a remaster. It just ported onto the Switch. That was it. So at the end of the day, the reason why that again proves my point.
And it's as successful as it is, there's pretty much no hope of destroying Nintendo and their consoles. So the industry has been around.
No one is saying they're trying to destroy Nintendo and their consoles. Nintendo is destroying themselves. They're not being pro-consumer. If they do not follow what everyone else is doing, at some point they're going to fade away. Because I don't think you understand what is happening in the gaming industry. Okay, PlayStation is flopping. They're losing every inch of the way due to their fucking decision. We are watching as people are finally fighting back against the gaming industry and these multi-billion-dollar companies who do not give a rat's ass about your fucking you. They just see you as a fucking number on a spreadsheet. And all they want is your fucking money. And the sad thing is you guys will keep giving it to you. You guys will keep giving it to them, and you'll keep doing it all the fucking time, no matter what they do.
Rallying to destroy Pokemon ever since its inception. You know, I remember back.
Again, no one has ever called Palworld a Pokemon killer. The only people who've called Palworld a Pokemon killer was Nintendo fanboys, and that was it.
Back in the day, how people thought it was going to like be a passing fad. You know, refer to the South Park episode Shin Pokemon if you want to know what that's like. You know, I remember like that period when like after Pokemania ended, and everybody thought that Pokemon was just gonna like completely fall off and become obsolete. And and then we saw like situations after Go came out where people were certain that like the actual mainline games would get phased out in favor of like mobile offerings, and none of that happened, right?
No, because it's Pokemon. Pokemon has it's an old IP. It's over 20 years old. So no, that's not gonna happen. What is gonna happen, okay? Oh. What the fuck? You're just gonna get blocked, you guys. When you post and fucking spam my fucking chat. Just knock it the fuck off already, god damn. Like, I'm just gonna block and mute your ass every fucking time. Yeah, it's all good, Ben. These guys are fucking psychotic. Okay, let's get back into this because for some reason this fucking fanboy thinks that Nintendo is the greatest company in the world, and if Nintendo told him to jump off a bridge, I'm pretty sure he would go jump off a fucking bridge.
You know, there have been dips in Pokemon's like relevancy over the years, but like overall, it's remained like the biggest, best high quality IP on the planet. There's like nothing bigger than Pokemon now. Like nothing matches its quality, its release schedules, or what it offers to its players. So the fact of the matter is that so many YouTubers genuinely seem to think that like Power World is capable of being bigger than Pokemon just goes to show.
No, it's bigger than the current Pokemons. That's what it has accomplished, and I don't see you you don't understand that. We're telling you that this game is literally, when you talk about all the Pokemon games, is the only game it hasn't outsold is Pokemon Red, Blue, and Green. Or no, Red, Blue, and Yellow from the 90s. It's outsold every Pokemon game after that. And you do not see that. We all see it. You don't. This game is it probably go down as one of the best games of its generation because it did something the consumers wanted. The gamers wanted this, not the corporations. This is what the gamers wanted. And Pocket Pair delivered what the gamers wanted. Not what the fucking corporations wanted. Not what Nintendo wanted. Not what fucking Xbox wanted. Not what Microsoft wanted. Not what Valve wanted. Not what Nintendo wanted. But what the gamer, the consumer, the customer wanted. That is why they're winning. And the moment you realize this, the better off you will be.
Show you just how out of touch they actually are. Where like it would take several Power World releases, several decades to like even come close to matching Pokemon, and that's simply not going to happen. Like simply looking at the players charts,
you say looking at the players charts. We've looked at the players charts, and right now Power World is still sitting over 400,000 concurrent players. You don't understand that what that entails. Okay, it's a lot of players, concurrent players. It is outtaking one of the most popular games of all time, Counter-Strike, more than once on Counter-Strike Valve's own storefront when it comes to player accounts. And I don't think you understand what that entails, what that means.
Even 2 weeks after 1.0, we're seeing massive dips in the numbers. It's going to go back to where it was before 1.0. I think before the end of August, okay, we are going to see it hit like the 40,000 mark, and it's going to hover there until the game gets shut down. Like, we have seen...
The game's not going to get shut down. You could play it single player. You know this, right? Which means you can play the game offline. There's no DRM checks with this game. So that game will last forever. People will still be able to play it years from now, decades from now, because it doesn't have the things that your precious Nintendo games have. Or I don't know if Nintendo has DRM checks. They might. It's not in the same boat at all. I think you can even get Power World on GOG. Let me check. I'm almost positive. Yeah. Yep, you can buy Pal World. Oh, it's saying other. Okay. So I guess you can't buy it through GOG. Okay. It's an independent studio, so it'll probably happen over time. What the fuck, dude? You're just gonna get banned every time.
this game come and go twice. And the narrative has always been just wait till 1.0. It's going to get over 1 million again. It's going to have all these players. And the simple reality is Power World does not have the longevity that a typical Pokemon game has. Because, I'm still playing Scarlet and Violet. I'm still playing Pokopia. I'm still playing Pokemon Fire Red. Still playing Pokemon.
Okay, so that doesn't prove your point, though. Not once does the fact that you're still playing these Pokemon games, great for you. That doesn't mean everyone is playing those Pokemon games. Okay, do you understand that, or don't get it?
On Champions, I'm still playing
fuck off, dude.
Scarlet and Violet. I'm playing all of these games, right? All these different Pokemon games. Power World is just not on that level. It's just very self-evident that this game does not have the staying power that Pokemon does. And
I don't think that's true, because we're seeing a different narrative than what you're saying, dude. I don't think you understand that, nor do I think you understand that. The problem is your narrative that you're trying to push isn't the actual facts. You're just trying to push a narrative, and it's not working, dude.
This is very easily observable by the fact that nobody ever talks about Power World unless they think they can grift off a Pokemon. So when Florian Muller released that Games for an article claiming that Power World got one of Nintendo's patents thrown out, the grifters celebrated. They genuinely believed that Nintendo had lost the lawsuit because of that.
They're losing the lawsuit. We literally just looked it up. I don't understand how you're just fucking saying things at the top of your head. They're losing, dude. These patents aren't going to go through because other companies have made them before them. And I don't think you understand the damage that will happen to the entire industry if they would get away with it. But they're not going to, because the industry isn't going to let them. The courts aren't going to let them. I don't think you understand that.
When in actuality, it was a minor child patent attached to another patent that was not challenged, and that Nintendo still has the upper hand in the legal proceedings. And this is...
No, they don't. These patents are being thrown. And you do realize by the fact that they've had multiple fucking patents that failed through, and they realized that they had to backtrack on fucking patents because they knew it wouldn't go through, is making them look worse. They aren't going to win because they fucked up in that court hearing. They did everything wrong, and they proved to everyone the kind of fucking greedy corporate company they are. And the problem is you're sitting here defending them, protecting them, like they owe you something, like you owe them something. They're a fucking greedy corporation. This is why I call you a bootlicker. This is why I call you a corporate cuck. And this is why I say, if Nintendo had a fucking cock, you would deep throat that bitch to your fucking tonsils. Come on now.
Kind of goes to my final point. The whole legal proceeding thing is that going into this, people have always been overwhelmingly saying that the lawsuit is frivolous, it's going to get thrown out, Pocket Pair is going to win, they've already won. And I remember when this situation...
Pocket Pair is winning now. I don't know where you're getting this information from. I think you're just speaking off the top of your head again, not doing any research before you go into this. And this is why I make fun of you. This is why I say what I say about you, because you're proving my point. You've never once proved me wrong. You've only just said things to make yourself feel better because you want to protect a fucking plastic box and a corporation that doesn't give a rat's ass about you. I don't understand how that makes any fucking sense. Because the rest of us, it doesn't. You're a fucking idiot. You're a moron. You don't seem to understand what this fucking does to the industry. And I don't think you understand what the damage this will cause. This will cause Nintendo to go in towards a monopoly and literally never have to compete again. And I don't understand how you think that is a fucking good thing. You are part of the problem. You are part of the reason why this industry is falling apart, and the industry will pop. If Nintendo gets away with this, the industry will crumble before our eyes. Worse than we've ever seen. And you are doing nothing but defending their actions.
Situation first happened, and the narrative then was that Nintendo hasn't filed a lawsuit. They can't file a lawsuit. There's no case to be had against them. And we've seen that that's not true. We've seen that the legal proceedings are going along as they should, but the community seems very, very unwilling to acknowledge the reality of the situation. Most poignantly, I think that Power World's already made a lot of concessions and changes to Power World to kind of undermine Nintendo's Nintendo's patents. Power World's already acknowledge their wrongdoing and acknowledge how naughty they are, how they broke patent law, but they're just trying to weasel their way out of it. But that's not even the big issue. The big issue is that Nintendo doesn't have to win the lawsuit. Okay? This is the thing here, is that Nintendo is in a position where they don't need to get a big payout. They don't need to shut the game down. All they really need to do is get Power World to admit some kind of fault, make some kind of concession, and then they've kind of won, essentially.
But Power World's not in the wrong. Pocket Pair is not in the wrong. Nintendo is in the wrong in this. I don't understand how you don't see that. Everyone else sees it. You don't. Because you're defending a corporation with shareholders who do not give a shit about you. All they care about is making money. And they don't care what they have to do to make that money. They will stomp on the little guy to make their money. And you don't understand that. This is what we are fighting for. This is what we are fighting against. But fanboys like yourself make it much harder to do so. Do you know why? Because the corporations keep doing it. Because they know they got simps like you who will buy their products no matter what they do. And they know that you guys will keep giving them your money whether they earned it or not. And that is the problem with this. They don't have to earn your loyalty. Okay? You just give it to them.
Gotten the ball rolling in getting this game's reputation destroyed and getting the company destroyed in a
reputation. There's no reputation being destroyed for Pocket Pair. The one who's having their reputation destroyed is Nintendo by doing this. Do you not see what is going on? Do you not do your research? Do you not pay attention to the community as a whole? We're calling Nintendo out for what they are. And you're sitting back and saying, oh, Nintendo's a good company because they make me happy and they make my childhood happy. So they're always going to be a good company, even when they do wrong. Oh, they never do wrong. They can't do wrong. Fuck off, dude. All you're doing is allowing them to do what they do. And the more you do it, the more they keep doing it. And the more they'll keep doing it. You're just doing nothing but defending a corporation. And as soon as you realize that, the better off you're going to be. You understand that?
Essentially establishing these people as being absolute frauds. And that's the issue with them as developers. And the thing that I just don't respect about them is how brazen they are about plagiarizing from other dozens of other developers, not just Nintendo, but they have ripped off Team Cherry, Fortnite, Breath of the Wild. It's been a ton of different developers. But Power World was the game that they decided to push, and that was the one Nintendo decided to sue.
Oh my god. Okay, so that isn't what we're getting at. God damn it. Okay. They took the concepts and game mechanics from multiple different games. Yes, we all understand this. But what they did is they added it into one game in a way that the gamers wanted. You don't understand that, and you never will, because all you do is see your plastic box and you're in your little safe bubble of your PlayStation fanboyism. That's all you do. It's all you'll ever do. That's all you'll ever be. And I don't think you understand the damage that this will cause if Nintendo gets away with this, which they aren't. Like, you got to understand what is happening.
For. So I think it's only it's going to become more obvious over time at just how incompetent these people are as actual developers. And you can kind of see this like when it comes to Power World, like how everything, all the menus look like
Was there police sirens in his background?
JPEG images, and the characters look like plastic models, and like the frame rate is weird, and like things are clipping all the time, and like, you know, all the models are plagiarized from like other sources. They
No. What the fuck? If they had a problem with the PALs, other companies would have gone after him. The only one that went after him is Nintendo. You not understand what this implements. If Nintendo gets away with this, they will destroy creativity in the gaming industry. It will destroy any hope of having anything other than Nintendo games. This will literally kill competition and turn Nintendo into a fucking greedy, well, they already are a greedy corporation, but it'll turn it into a monopoly. If they would have gotten away with every patent that they wanted, which they're not going to, they're going to lose this. Because who is speaking? Okay, you got to understand what is happening and what they're trying to do. They don't want to compete. If they wanted to compete, they would have done what they should have done, which is make a better Pokemon game. It is not that fucking hard. They have the money to do it. They have the manpower to do it. So fucking do it. There is no excuses for what they're doing. And you can't literally defend them every fucking time. You got to call them out when they fuck up. You didn't call them out with the digital key cards, did you? Did you call them out on the fucking fact that they were selling a fucking product that isn't worth the price tag they put on it? No, you didn't. Did you ever call them out when they fucked up? No. You defend that corporation no matter what. You will never, ever call them out on their bullshit, and you will always defend that company, even when they are in the wrong. You, my friend, are a corporate bootlicker. You are a corpo simp. And if Nintendo had a dick, you would take that shit all the way back to your tonsils. And we all know that.
Took Anka from Animal Crossing and turned her into like a thick-thighed whore, okay? Like, again, that should be something that Nintendo is able to go after them for.
No, they won't. Because they can't. They're not even... Dude, Nintendo can't even go after them for the designs of the pals because they're different enough not to break patent. You understand that, right? Viewers, I don't understand fucking Harmon sometimes. This man is literally taking Nintendo's dick all the way back to his tonsils. And he's doing it hard. He is defending Nintendo no matter what they're doing. He's literally, like, right now, he wants Nintendo to get away with their patents, even if it destroys the industry. He does not give a shit about the consumer. He cares about his corporation.
I'm not sure like how exactly they're gonna do it, but at the very least, we're kind of in like the early stages of this happening, and it doesn't have to resolve with this lawsuit. Again, I think theoretically, Nintendo can keep going after them for more things that they've done and more things that they've plagiarized and like more patents they've infringed, because like they haven't really stopped infringing their patents, right? Like they've kept doing it over the past couple of years. And I think, if anything, anybody who looks at this situation can clearly see this for what it is, where it's a bunch of hacks trying to ape off the most popular brand in the world. If there are no...
No, they're just giving what the players wanted. Why is it so hard to understand? You have a problem when a company puts the consumer first and puts the gamer first. for some odd ass reason, and I don't get that part. If you're a gamer, you should care about what Nintendo is doing. But you're going to defend them. You shouldn't be defending them because this is going to hurt you as a Nintendo player. You don't realize this. This is why we've been calling out PlayStation on what they're doing, because it's going to hurt the PlayStation gamer. You're allowing Nintendo to do whatever the fuck they want and get away with it.
Laws to stop them from doing this, then clearly Nintendo's going to have to push to get them implemented, because this is really something that they should have been able to shut down immediately. In my opinion, I don't.
Because it's not going to fucking work. They can't patent every game mechanic because it's wrong. You do realize this, right? They're trying to patent things that were invented that they didn't even come up with. Like, all you're doing is defending this company. And I can't. I don't understand why you would. And why you ever defend this company. I can't even... I can't stand fucking modern Nintendo. I can't stand Nintendo in general. I've hated them as a company. Yes, one of my favorite consoles of all time will always be the Nintendo 64 because I grew up on it. But that doesn't mean I never felt what they were doing was wrong. You realize that Nintendo back in the day literally tried to keep other stores from selling other games and other consoles so they could be the only ones on the shelves. This is that same company. They haven't changed. They're just as bad, and they're going to keep getting worse. Me and my girlfriend are kind of having a joke right now.
I think this really should have gone to court. Like, they were able to take down like Pokemon related mods and stuff like that, but like they really should have been.
No, they haven't. There's still a fucking Pokemon mod for fucking Arc. You realize this, right? It still exists. I can look it up right now.
Able to take out the entire thing, and I hope they'll be able to extend the lawsuit to Steam and Xbox for like allowing this shit to happen to begin with, because this is the kind of thing that really should never have been approved on those platforms. Like, hopefully this will kick.
Are you fucking kidding me? You don't want Nintendo to... Oh my god. You do realize if they go after fucking Microsoft, they will lose in a heartbeat. First off, they will lose everything. I don't think you understand how big Microsoft is. Okay, first off, you're talking about a multi-trillion-dollar company, not a multi-billion-dollar company. First off. So you going after Xbox is going after Microsoft. You are dumbass. Going after Valve is not a great idea either, because they make more money than Nintendo does, which means they have more money for better lawyers. What the fuck are you? Valve just beat the Rothschilds, and you're thinking Nintendo can take them on. Valve just beat the U.S. government. Keep in mind, this is Nintendo, the same company that sued the U.S. government over refunds for the tariffs that they charged you guys for the tariffs. They put the money. They didn't take a hit from the tariffs. The customers did, and you know what they did? They didn't give you guys back your money. They weren't going to give you guys back your money. They were going to keep it. They lost. They're losing that court hearing alone because of the fact is, they just tried to screw over the consumer. And you're like, thank you, sir. May I please have another? They charged you more, got the money back for those tariffs. And now they're trying to go, oh, well, we're going to charge you guys. We're not going to give you guys back your money. That's Nintendo. And I don't think you understand what Nintendo is doing. I don't think you understand the damage of what Nintendo is trying to do. I don't think you understand that Nintendo is trying to become a monopoly and they need to be stopped. Okay, that's the way I look at them. They are a fucking greedy corporation, and they have always been a greedy corporation. And I don't understand how you can blindly defend a company who doesn't give a rat's ass about you. They're trying not to compete, and you're trying to let them not compete. Do you know who takes the big hit if Nintendo doesn't have to compete? Nintendo players. Actually, the entire fucking gaming industry. Do you know why? Because we won't get any more games other than Nintendo games. And where are we going to play our fucking Nintendo games? Oh, we got to buy Nintendo fucking hardware. So, oh, guess what? All our fucking hardware that we spent hundreds of thousands or thousands of dollars on is worthless now because it fits your fucking narrative, because it works with you, but it doesn't work with everyone else. Like, dude, you don't give a shit about the fucking consumer. You give a shit about your corporation. If you cared about the consumer, you would call Nintendo out on what they're doing, not defending them like a fucking corpo fucking bootlicker, like a corpo simp.
Off the long-awaited Nintendo versus Steam lawsuit, in which Nintendo, reams like Gabe in court and just like completely demolishes him. Gabe is like terrified of Nintendo. People don't talk.
Gabe is terrified of Nintendo. I don't think Gabe is afraid of Nintendo. Okay, I'm not taking something from a fucking Nintendo fanboy. Please don't tell me that's where you got this information. There's no information other than fucking Nintendo fucking fanboy sites. I'm not joking. He made something up on the top of his head.
Talk about this, but like when Dolphin tried to come to Steam, like Gabe shit his pants, and like he had to like email Nintendo, like, Daddy, is it okay if I put like this emulator on my storefront? Like, no, like shut down. The biggest release.
No, Gabe doesn't give a shit about Nintendo. His fucking storefront makes more than fucking Nintendo can even dream. Do you realize that? Do you know why? Oh my god. It's almost as if Steam puts the consumer first. Oh.
Release on Steam ever was a GameCube emulator, and it wasn't even allowed to come out. Like that's the reality of where we're at now. That's the reality of like Steam in general, is that this is your big release. And I think that's the big takeaway from all this, is that this is the most relevant Steam has been in the past 5 years, because
what? What the fuck? What the fuck? I can't with you, dude. I can't. You're fucking stupid. Jesus Christ. We're talking about Steam. Valve, right? It hasn't been relevant for years. The storefront with the most users hasn't been relevant in years. I can't. He's fucking stupid. Jesus Christ, man. And the sad part is, he's not even joking. He really thinks that. Oh, God. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, dude. You're funny. You're funny.
Everything else that's come out has been primarily like big on consoles or is exclusive to consoles or is only on Nintendo. Power World is exclusively considered like a PC game. Because if you look at the numbers, it didn't sell on PlayStation, it didn't sell on Xbox, but like it's on Steam and like it has a dedicated audience of people on PC that will shill it for being the anti-Pokemon essentially. This game existing.
You do realize PC is the #1 gaming platform right now, right? Please tell me you're not fucking that stupid and you think that PC isn't the #1 gaming platform right now. Please do not tell me that you think Nintendo is literally got the top spot for the #1 gaming platform. Steam has recorded record numbers that Nintendo hasn't seen in decades. We're talking about numbers that Nintendo doesn't see anymore. I don't think Nintendo has ever seen the numbers that Steam is pulling, or like any PC fucking. Well, no, because it's probably better than most PC storefronts except for Steam. But he's not understanding. Like, you realize that the fucking game, like, there's more PC gamers than there is of all console gamers. You understand that, right? Do you? You don't? Oh, that's on you.
Proves just how irrelevant Steam actually is. Like, if this is the best you can rally around to try and destroy Pokemon, like, it's not going to happen. Like, that's just the reality of it. If this is the best thing you have to offer when it comes to Pokemon, if this is the best you can get to compete with Pokemon, like, you're screwed. You're finished. Like, it simply isn't going to happen.
Again, you're against competition. You just admitted at the end of your fucking video. I can't with this dude. I can't. I really can't. This dude is fucking stupid. I just. Okay. Well, we got Reforge Gaming. You know, the Mr. Man who looks like a certain somebody. It looks like Jimmy Neutron. Okay, this guy looks like Jimmy Neutron. If you guys want to call him Jimmy Neutron in the fucking chat, go for it, because I'll know who the fuck you guys are talking about.
If you've been following the industry news this week, you know the vibe. 1 minute you're seeing reports of thousands of people losing their jobs, studios being gutted, and a literal labor complaint filed against Microsoft. And then the next minute, poof, suddenly your social media feeds are filled with reassuring statements, promises that everything is fine, and reminders that, hey, we're still making the games that you love. In case you missed it, Bethesda posted a huge announcement on Twitter, and it confirmed that Fallout 3 and New Vegas remasters are in development. They also confirmed what we already kind of had heard, that Obsidian
We already knew this.
Entertainment is working on a new Fallout project.
Yes.
But wait, there's more. Elder Scrolls 6 and Fallout 5 are also in development, in creation, and
they're also in development and creation engine. Okay. Yes. Okay, why are you speaking the obvious? Things that we all fucking know already. Get to your fucking point.
Engine 3. And listen, I see this happening, and I'm going to call this what it is. This isn't transparency. This is damage control. This is a deliberate, orchestrated narrative adjustment. Microsoft and Xbox realize that if you just drop enough hype in front of us, well, we'll stop looking at the human cost of your failed business model. They are
You guys do the exact that. You do that to PlayStation. You know that, right? Reforge, you defend the PlayStation on a regular basis. You are a PlayStation fanboy. You guys gloss over the fucking negative news and act like it's nothing. And then when people are like sitting there holding PlayStation accountable, you guys sit there and act like that's a bad thing. So, what is it? So people are only allowed to hold Xbox accountable, but they're not allowed to hold PlayStation accountable? How the fuck does that work? Like, seriously. Like, I don't think you understand how that fucking works. This is why we used to all say that the Xbox tax wasn't real. Then people like you prove it to us. That Xbox can't do anything right without you guys criticizing them for doing something right. Like, I don't get it. Like, I don't think you understand what is going on. Or I just these fanboys, guys, these fanboys. Like defending the corporate fucking the bootlickers.
Using our favorite franchises as literal shields to deflect the heat. We aren't being treated like fans, we're being treated like a distraction strategy. Today, I want to talk about this shield strategy and why you shouldn't let them hide behind the logos and the franchises that you love. And if you like these kind of
PlayStation is doing the exact same thing right fucking now. They have done this already this month. People are still holding them accountable. They're getting community noted like a fucking motherfucker. And you act like people holding that company accountable is a bad thing. And you fucking bend over like a fucking dog and you take it from PlayStation. You take it. You love that PlayStation dick. And you know what? I'm always make fun of you for it.
Videos, be sure to hit like and subscribe so you don't miss my videos or my live streams. And the first thing we need to...
And what they're doing with fucking Fallout and is the right decision. I know I'm going to get backlash for this. Okay? Bethesda has been dropping that IP and has been failing to deliver with that IP for a long time. The last mainline Fallout game has been years now. It's like over 10 years. It's like, what? You do not understand why people are pissed with Bethesda and why they don't want this game. They want a good Fallout game. We want a new Fallout game. Not another Fallout 76. We already got that. Okay, I get that you got to keep your live service going because there are people who play that. And I respect that. But you need to start making us what we want. You need to start giving the consumers what they want. Start giving the customers what they want. And they'll give you your money. They'll give you their money.
Talk about is how narratives are adjusted. We've seen this pattern play out like clockwork. The moment the news cycle turns toxic for Xbox, the PR machine doesn't apologize. They pivot. They don't explain why 3,200 people are losing their jobs across the division or why over 70% of a legendary...
Asha Sharma explained, dude. She wants more games being developed than what's being developed. And the problem is they spent all this money on these developers who aren't producing anything. So what she's doing is yes, there's been layoffs. Okay. And we thought she was going to close studios down too, but what she didn't do that. You know what she did? She's letting them off, either selling them off or she's giving them a care package and saying, good luck. Okay. Because they're doing the right thing when it comes to those development teams. And you can't see it that way. You have to find the negatives in the positive. Okay? You don't understand what has happened as a whole. And these firings may have been needed to happen. You realize there was 15 levels of management. 15. They had to go through 15 levels of management to get anything done. That is why nothing was getting done in that company. And you act like, oh, it's a bad thing that these managers got fired. Yeah, I get that it sucks losing your job. Trust me, I get it. I've lost my job in the past. But what you're not understanding is why she's doing this. You don't understand why, even though she's explained it to you.
studio like id Software is suddenly out the door. No, they put a senior developer or a studio head in front of the camera, or they fire off a carefully worded tweet telling us that, hey, the core team's still there and the tech is alive and well. And you know what? I don't buy it. And it's actually kind of gross, weaponizing the remaining teams and franchises as a shield to protect you from criticism for obviously reckless line item driven decisions. And I say weaponizing because what are we supposed to do as fans? Should we be unkind or critical to the poor folks that are left behind to pick up the pieces of their gutted studios? Should we tell the people from these studios that we don't believe them? We don't believe their reassurances that were likely written by Microsoft and not themselves. Our fan
They probably were told by Microsoft, because then they had to sit there and go, you know what? We got to do better. If we don't do better, we lose our jobs. You don't just sit around doing nothing and not lose your job. I don't understand how you don't understand this. If I don't go to work and do my job, I get fired. If you go to work, don't do your job, you get fired. Do you not understand how that works? Reforge, I do not think you understand or get how that works. I don't think you've ever understood how that works. And I don't think you ever will. You defend that company, you defend that corporation, and you act like they're a great company when they're really, you defend PlayStation all the fucking time. Okay? You right now do not understand what has happened to Xbox. They're trying to clean it up. They're trying to make fucking Xbox good again. We want that. Let them do what they need to do to clean that company up. There's 15 levels of management. That tells us that the company's been poorly managed for way too long.
Is being used against us. It's just corporate reassurance PR. It's designed to soothe the community and stop the bleeding. They know that if they can get you talking about Doom or Fallout or whatever the next priority IP is, you'll stop asking the hard questions about the management failures that led to this in the first place.
Okay, yes, they gotta fucking do damage control, and I get that. That's what companies have to do. But at the end of the day, you got to understand what led up to this. Yes, the company has had poor management for a very long time now, going all the way back to. I don't think Phil Spencer was a bad guy. I think he was a gamer first. But the problem is, I think that his hands-off approach did more damage than it worked. And I don't think they need to be more hands-on when it came to that company. And Phil Spence, he had some good and he had some bads, but you need to understand that he was handed a sinking ship. He did what he could to do what he thought was right. Okay, but Asha has been the one to take up the reins, and I'm gonna be honest with you, she's doing better than I thought she would. I've actually been very impressed with Asha Sharma. Like, I seriously am very impressed with her. She's doing a very good job. And I like, being that she came from AI, I was worried at first. I was worried that she wasn't going to put the gamer first, and we're still going to be in the same slop we've been through when it comes to Xbox for decades now. Okay? But you don't understand that what she did, it was necessary. If you do not understand that, that is on you. If you do not do your job, you lose your job. You understand that, right? Please tell me you understand that. Please don't make me think like, this is why DEI got thrown out the window. Because if you don't do your fucking job, you lose your job. Why is it that it's only, like, you throw that shit out the fucking window? Like, you don't understand this, dude. Like, I don't get how you don't understand this at all. Like, I really don't. It's fucking weird, dude.
It will keep us from asking about how are any of these studios and projects supposed to be successful under the shadow of 1,600 layoffs that haven't even happened yet? Or how are games going to be successful and built in a good way when you don't even seem to understand the value of veteran talent and institutional knowledge? And the best example that I can come up with is about the makers of doom. The id Software situation is a prime example. You had reports of massive layoffs.
He's got his fucking member goals. Guys, he's got his fucking member goals. You are an e-bagger. You guys can't quite see it. Now you can. Isn't that fucking funny? Isn't that fucking funny?
Playoffs. Over 70% of the team effectively wiped out. The backlash was immediate. And what was the response? A statement and a live stream essentially telling fans, don't worry, we're not gutted. We're back to the size we were when we made Doom 2016. That was a talking point that was conveniently trumpeted by and parroted by the most ardent Xbox fans the entire week before id Software said it on Twitter, which is a little interesting. Rabid fans always have employee counts from a decade ago right off the top of their head so they can defend against the worry about the legacy studio being gutted. And just think about how insulting the logic is. It's passively insinuating that the talent loss won't be felt or that it doesn't matter.
Okay, I'm not saying that it doesn't matter. We've never said this. What the problem is if you don't do your job, you lose your job. They weren't doing their job. So, and there was 15 levels of management. This company has been poorly managed for a very long time. And the moment that is being properly managed and dealt with and trying to be salvaged, you don't respect that or understand what is happening. Okay? This is what happens when a company needs to be reshaped. Sadly, this is the reality. If you do not like that or understand why it's happening, that's on you. You can't assume that everyone is going to sit there and follow what you say, assume that they're going to sit there and listen to what you have to say. I know you get jealous of people who get more views than you. We hear it all the time because we know how you feel about Alex. But the problem is you don't seem to understand why this is happening, why this company needed this. This is the problem. You sit there and act like it wasn't needed. Okay, when they finally do something right, where they're actually trying to re-steer the ship, you're just like, oh, well, it's a bad thing that they're trying to fix this company, is what we're getting out of this.
No heartfelt message about how this is a trying time and it will require hard work to recover from. No, just, hey, we'll be fine. We were this size before. Nobody from the team at id Software would say that and mean it. I do not buy it. Like, yeah, hey.
They have. How big do you think indie studios are? Every studio that exists today at one point was an indie development team. Granted, most of them, it's been a very long time now, but almost all of them at one point were indie studios.
We just lost over 70% of our staff. Many of those people were here for over 20 years, but no worries. Well, we're back to the size when we shipped Doom 2016, a game that went through development hell and a complete reboot. It's not an explanation. It is a distraction. It's an attempt to turn a devastating loss of institutional knowledge into a back to our roots marketing beat. They want you to focus on the game and not the fact that they just fired the people who spent years building the engine and the pipeline that makes the games possible. They're weaponizing our nostalgia and our fandom to make the layoffs seem like a leaner,
They've explained why the layoffs happen, and you don't seem to understand why they happen. They happen because they were needed. Like, I don't understand how you don't get this. I don't understand how you don't understand this.
evolution, and it's not. It is a loss that will be felt for years to come, and we should not let them frame this as a win. And the reason that I'm annoyed by this,
no one's framing this as a win. They're framing this as it needs to be framed. Yes, it's a shitty thing that has to happen. Okay? So they're trying to ease everyone into it rather than just throwing us into the fucking mix and going, oh, well, let's just rip off the Band-Aid. Which they're slowly ripping off that Band-Aid of what's actually happening. and they're trying to fix and reshape this company, and people like you are against them doing this, even though it's needed.
And you can tell I'm irritated and angry is because ultimately the strategy is insulting. This strategy works because they know we love these games. They know that as gamers, we want to believe that the soul of a studio is preserved even if the skeleton is ripped out. And they also know that we want these studios and the remaining employees to survive. And that's the rub. These games are made by people, not by logos or press announcements. And listen,
what happens when these people do not do their job? Do you think they deserve to keep their job if they don't do their job? If they're not doing the job right, they're not doing it correctly. Because if you do not understand, Doom the Dark Ages was a fail. It did not do well. If you do not understand what happens when you don't do your job, then why are you making these assumptions? Okay, they failed to do their job, and in return, they lost their job. There's no one to blame but themselves for not doing their job. At the end of the day, part of doing your job is doing your job. And what you don't seem to understand is they weren't doing their job. So they lost their job. You get it? You know, it's like you don't show up to work. What happens?
we fall for the shield strategy, we are prioritizing the brand over the human beings that were just told that their livelihoods were redundant in the name of a fiscal reset. By accepting these PR statements at face value, we are acting as a defense force for a trillion-dollar company that has clearly struggled to manage its own acquisitions. More than that, they continue to make it clear that they don't understand creative process. Get rid of legacy talent, force your remaining teams to post
legacy talent. They kept the original team. They just gutted a lot of the external bits of the team that had come in after. Okay, a lot of the stuff that has happened the last few years where these studios were unmanaged and just allowed to do what they wanted to do. They weren't ever held to the standard that they need to be held to, because that is why we got slop. This is why we got shitty games. This is why the gaming industry as a whole is flopping. Make these developers do their job. Okay? Do what's right for the customer, not the corporation. So if those employees don't do their job, what happens? Reforge. What happens when you don't do your job? Do you get to keep your job if you don't do your job? Do you get to keep your job if you don't show up to work? At what point do you think you get to keep your job after not doing your job? If you don't do the job to the T of what is being asked, you lose your job. Like, how is it that the average person has to follow these rules, but for some reason the gaming industry doesn't? No, that's not how that works. They have to follow the same rules as everyone else. They are people, like you said. So they have to do their job like the rest of us. Just because they're an industry and a corporation doesn't mean they get to fucking keep their jobs if they don't do their jobs. Fucking idiot. Fucking idiot.
Reassurances and then just start announcing projects. That's the Xbox way. Their showcases and roadmaps are always full of empty promises. Why would this be any different? The ink is barely dry on the pink slips that was handed to thousands of people, and you're out here announcing games after an Xbox showcase just 1 month ago that was basically now riddled with lies and games that may never even come out or might not hit Game Pass. That's just the most insulting part about this.
She had to make a tough decision, and for some reason you don't understand how she had to make a tough decision. And you don't understand what needed to be done with that company. You don't seem to understand, for some reason you think you cannot do your job and get away with it. That's not how the world works. I don't think you get how the world works. If you don't do your job, you lose your job.
30 days ago, you ran a showcase with games and teams that you knew you were gutting or letting go or selling off or spinning off. And now we're supposed to trust you? We don't owe you that.
At least they didn't shut down the developers like PlayStation, you idiot. Where is Blue Point? Where's Blue Point? The company that could have saved PlayStation is gone. Where were you when they shut down Blue Point? No, you defended that company for shutting down Blue Point. Then when Xbox does something nowhere near as bad as shutting down an entire studio, you're like, it's a bad thing. I don't fucking get it.
Trust is earned. And right now, you've earned nothing but skepticism.
You say trust is earned? Yeah, PlayStation has done nothing to earn your fucking trust, and you just hand it to them blindly. Jesus fucking Christ. You are never critical on PlayStation, but you're critical on Xbox every fucking time. You know, this is why people make fun of you. Because all you do is defend PlayStation while going after others for doing a lot, nowhere near as bad of what PlayStation has done. And then you defend PlayStation. That's why people call you Corpo Simp.
And doubt to anybody that is looking at this. I've been saying this is a Kansas City shuffle from Xbox and Microsoft, and they continue to do it. It's this, well, hey, look over here, so that you don't notice what is really going on. And it's just getting tiresome. I literally rolled my eyes when I saw this announcement. And honestly, I didn't even want to discuss it in my live stream because it is annoying at this point. It's just so see-through. It's so obvious that this is just a form of damage control. This is just a form of narrative control, which is why I'm basically saying we need to pump the brakes. Look, I'm excited for the next big project about these studios as much as you are. I want these games to succeed, but I'm not going to pretend that a shiny trailer or some don't worry, we're fine tweet or announcement makes up for the decimation of the teams and the continued damage of future layoffs. Listen, we need to stop letting these announcements act as a get out of jail free card for the executives at the top. They're the ones that brought us.
The executives at the top lost their jobs. It wasn't just the fucking people in these studios. Those management teams lost their jobs. Those executives that you're talking about have lost their jobs. Yes, I think fucking the CEO of Microsoft needs to go. I absolutely agree with you on that. But at the end of the day, what happens when you lose your job or you don't do your job? You lose it. So why not hold these people to the same standards? You got to hold everyone to the same standard. If you don't, you're just going to allow them to do whatever the fuck they want. They could sit there and not produce anything and they get away with it.
To this point, the next time a company faces a PR disaster and suddenly drops a bomb of hype to distract you, you should ask yourself, why now? Why today? Why is this?
PlayStation just tried to do that shit. And you defended them on it. Only what they did was removing fucking ownership. The difference is Xbox is doing this to try to gain more customers and doing right for the consumer, where what PlayStation did was against the consumer. And you said yourself, you're not for the gamer. You're for the corporation.
Happening right after your showcase. It's only been a month since the showcase, and now you have all these big announcements, because at this point, I feel like I have an Xbox marketing decoder ring, and it just all feels so hollow. But I want to hear from you. Are you seeing this pattern? Do you think I'm reading too much into the timing? Is it possible to support the developers while holding the executives and the people making the decisions accountable? Let me know in the comments below. I do try to read all of them. And remember, hit like, share, and subscribe so I can see you in the next video.
I'm not going to do any of that for you, by the way. Actually, you know what? This is what we're going to do. You know, I wish you could get the dislike ratio on this shit. Wow. Just going through his fucking comments. Wow. It's a fucking cult. I can't. Hmm. Oh my god. No! No! Oh god. I can't. I can't. Look at this. I can't. He is not. He's fucking stupid, guys. You reading his reply? Oh, fuck. Reforge, you're an idiot. Guys, are you serious? Reading this? Dominate the market. I'm happy with the studios gone and reduced. And this statement is finally delivering games I want to play. Will they be any good is something we just can't answer right now, and time will tell. But past plan didn't work, so why not try this new tactic? And if it doesn't work, we'll finally it will be the end of Xbox. See, again, you're just doubling down as a fanboy. It, Xbox bad, PlayStation good, always with you. There we go. Thank you. Oh, this is what I was just saying. Okay, so Happy Hooked said, I am a plumber by trade, and I've seen many folks laid off slash fired throughout my career. They had one thing in common, which is they sucked at their job. Xbox is trimming the fat as they should. They have acquired studios that have produced absolutely nothing, and all now that isn't gonna fly anymore. So these losses are warranted to a degree. It sucks, but it's reality that needs to be faced head on. And of course, Xbox isn't gonna it say it this way, but the studios affected suck. $20, oh my god, he's doubling down. 20 years, id Software veterans sucked at their job. LOL. You Xbox fanboys are insufferable and don't actually like the studios or games. Just defend the brand at all costs. That's not what he's doing here. Who played the new Doom? Nobody. Maybe a handful. Sometimes studios have to run their course and have no more cards to play. Indie studios are ripping these so-called AAA studios into pieces, and I love to see it. Plus, when restructuring happens, it puts everyone in check, and maybe we can start getting great games. You're a Sony fan who wants Xbox to fail, while the rest of us want the weak to leave. Xbox will rise like a phoenix from the ashes if this goes through right. Nope, it's fact. Like that's what he's getting at. Okay, this isn't really a good argument. Industry veterans also made Concord, High Guard, Marathon, Starfield. The list goes on. Being an industry veteran doesn't make someone invaluable. The term failing upwards exists for a reason. Not saying all of these people that were laid off were that. Most people weren't. But these kinds of things do happen. Dude, he is doubling down on the fanboyism and not letting fucking Xbox try to turn course. Like, this is what we talk about when we talk about the Xbox tax. Xbox can't do anything right to these people. I can't. Some of these fucking boys cooked him in his comments, which means he probably muted most of them. Okay. Let's see what he has to say about the PC port for GTA 6.
Let's be completely honest about the narrative that's dominated the gaming community for the last decade. Every single time Rockstar Games announces a massive generation-defining title, the PC players are immediately handed a bucket of cold water. We saw it with Grand Theft Auto 5, we saw it with Red Dead Redemption 2, and now with Grand Theft Auto 6, history is repeating itself.
It's because they're double dipping. They are double dipping. I don't know what this is. Okay, and that's first off. Second off, I think this is going to hurt them more than they realize, because the only thing that's kept GTA 5 relevant is the PC market. You do realize this, right? Because of mods like 5M and all that. If you understood that, then you would understand why GTA is still successful today, and it has to do with the streamers, the content creators who are doing the 5M stuff, the ones doing all this stuff that you're sitting there saying that doesn't happen. PC gamers have been carrying this fucking franchise for years. And by cutting them off is saying, oh, well, you carried our franchise, but we're going to make you guys wait again.
Game is slated for a late 2026 release on PlayStation 5 and the Xbox, while the PC version is nowhere to be found on the release schedule. Now, the immediate and collective reaction from the community is always the same. Hey, this is a cash grab. They're trying to force us to double dip. The theory is that Take-Two Interactive and Rockstar want to shake you down for $80 on the console at launch and then do it again so many months or years later on the PC. Now, it's a clean and simple and incredibly...
They've done it before. They do it every fucking GTA launch. This is a normal thing for Rockstar to do. They've done this for decades now. You do realize that. Rockstar has been known to double dip with their games. They do it all the fucking time.
Easy narrative to get angry about. It paints the publisher as the classic corporate villain. But what if I told you that the entire double dipping theory is actually a myth? What if the real reason has nothing to do with malicious financial planning and everything to do with a harsh, cold reality of game development that almost no one outside the industry talks about? Well, the brand new interview with the former Rockstar dev gives an inside look. More than that, the one who conducted the interview is pushing back on the conspiracies. Now, if you like these videos where we break down basic things,
you really are going to take the facts of a fucking Rockstar developer. No! Oh, God. No.
Is going on in the gaming world,
be
sure to hit like and subscribe. So
Every
first,
fucking time this
what we
guy's
need
an
to
idiot.
do is look at what the person who conducted these interviews with countless Rockstar devs, what did they have to say about this? Every time Rockstar announces a game, the internet cries double dipping. But talking to the devs, the reality of launching a game on PC simultaneously with a console is a logistical challenge, one that is significantly compounded the larger the project gets. It's not...
What? That just comes down to lazy devs if that's the case. I can't. This is why we call them lazy. Rockstar is a huge fucking company. They made a shit ton of money off fucking GTA 5. They made a shit ton of money off of fucking Red Dead. They have been doing this for decades. It's not... They are double dipping, dude. That is what they're doing. If you do not see the forest through the trees, that is your fucking fault. But the rest of us see the truth. And if you have a problem with that, with people seeing the truth, we understand how this company is. They have done this for decades. Okay? Not just a short period of time, but decades. This is nothing new. You understand that, right? They are a corporation, and expecting the corporation to give you the truth, we all know the truth behind closed doors because they've done it before.
Always a conspiracy to sell you the game twice. It's often an attempt to keep the project from collapsing or taking far too long to ship. A tweet...
Do you know how many fucking indie studios do exactly what you're saying that they can't, that this AAA studio can't do, supposedly can't do? Supposedly a AAA studio can't do it, but multiple indie studios can. I don't get how that makes any fucking sense. Can someone please explain to me how that makes sense? How a multi-billion-dollar company like Rockstar or Take-Two can't do what indie developers can do? Explain to me that. So I'm supposed to pay for your bloated budget? Fuck no. I am not paying for your bloated budget. That is on you for bloating your fucking budget to begin with. That is on the company, not the consumer. And the moment you realize this and understand this, better off you're going to be. Yeah.
from Reese, aka Kiwi Talks, perfectly encapsulates the disconnect between consumer assumptions and how the industry actually works. We look at a studio...
Wow. Again, you're on the studio and the company side, not the consumer side. You've proven this just now. That's pretty much what we got out of this, dude.
Like Rockstar, a multi-billion-dollar giant, and we naturally assume they have unlimited money, unlimited developers, and infinite bandwidth.
Your fucking video is fucking getting stuttery, dude.
With. We think that, hey, if indie studios can launch games day and date on PC, why can't the biggest studio in the world? But the tweet from Reese, I think.
Yeah. Why can't they? Why can't they? Yet indie studios do it all the fucking time. It's because fucking Take-Two and Rockstar are lazy. There's no other word around it. They're either A, lazy, or they're double dipping. It's one of the two. Which one do you think it is?
Hits the nail on the head. The sheer unprecedented scale of GTA 6 changes the math entirely. This isn't a standard.
No, it doesn't. Okay, why is the consumer paying for a developer's over-bloated budget? Why? And why are you defending those actions? If you're for the consumer and for the gamer, you would be fighting against those actions. But you're fighting for them. That is fucking weird.
Video game, it's an entire simulated society that they want to have running on their proprietary engine tech. It's likely pushing the hardware to a breaking point. When you are operating at that level of complexity and you're trying to launch on 3 completely different platforms at the same time, well, it's a recipe for the project to collapse or for the timeline to just stretch entirely too long. Now, I've got the tweet here and I'd like to look at it with
I can't stop defending this corporation, dude.
To understand why he's saying this, we really have to look at the interview with Reese and John, which we'll look at in a moment. After the interview, this is what he had to say. He said, there are a lot of articles circulating around regarding my interview with GTA 5 producer John Riccio, and more specifically, his comments on PC and lack of resources. I wish to elaborate on this. Literally,
lack of resources. You guys have a lack of resources. A multi-billion-dollar company has a lack of resources. That is bullshit. This is straight up bullshit. All you're doing is lying to the consumer to get what you guys want. Yeah, I'm trying to. For some reason, they don't understand what corporations do. And like I said, this is something that Rockstar and Take-Two has done for decades. They could have had a big W if they launched this game on all platforms. But no. Okay. I don't care what game it is. First off, a game is never worth $100. Games should not cost more than $50. There's no excuse, no reason, especially if it's just a digital fucking product. GTA 6 is not launching out with a physical copy. They're launching out with a case with a fucking key code inside of it. That's it. You're not getting physical. This game is going to launch on PlayStation 5 Pro at 30 FPS. It is not properly optimized. We have not even seen any fucking gameplay, and you guys are goating it like the greatest game in the world. I will laugh my ass off if this game flops. Okay? Because it is Rockstar. And everyone's been like, they are. They really are. And Reforged Gamer is one of them. Rockstar could have easily said, you know what? We'll develop on all platforms for the first time and do what's right for the customer and the consumer and put it at a good price point, but they did none of that. They did exactly the opposite. And the problem is because they knew they could get away with it. Because people will keep buying their fucking products. And people simp for them every fucking time. And then when we call you guys out for simping for them, you guys call us the bad guy. Say we're against the fucking consumer, supposedly, even though we're not. We're the ones fighting for the consumer while you guys are fighting against the consumer. That is the difference. And I don't see how you don't understand that. YouTube as a whole is anti-consumer. But what I'm saying is this tweet right here, okay? When Rockstar says it's a lack of fucking resources to launch it both on console and PC, that is bullshit. You're telling me a multi-billion-dollar company does not have the resources to get this done? That is bullshit. They're lying straight to your fucking face. Indie studios that are much smaller do it. How is it that an indie studio can do it, but yep, I'm almost positive I think this game will flop. How is it that a multi-billion-dollar company cannot do this? Okay, but indie studios can do it. Explain to me that, Reforge. Reforge, tell us all how somehow a multi-billion-dollar company who has the funds, who has the manpower, who has the capabilities to launch this on every fucking device, all of a sudden they can do it, but a multi-billion-dollar company with all the manpower, with all the resources, cannot do it, but an indie studio can. Tell us why.
Every single Rockstar developer I have ever spoken to over the years echoes what he says. I was in India a few weeks ago and met up with some of the devs from Rockstar India, and they said the exact same thing. Rockstar games are so massive in size and scope, they push the boundary so much that even with 6,000 plus employees on GTA 6, they are still limited on resources.
Bullshit! You're telling me with 6,000 fucking employees when fucking indie studios do it with fucking 3? I can't. If this game comes out 60 FPS broken as hell on the fucking PS5 Pro, I will laugh my ass off and I will be making fun of you to the fucking bank. You understand that, right? Oh my god. You're telling me a company with 6,000 plus employees can't get this through the door on all platforms, but yet indie studios can do it. You guys realize that even Valve doesn't have that many fucking employees? And yet they do everything right for the consumer? Like, what are you doing here? Like, you have this many fucking employees, yet you can't do something right for the consumer? That's interesting. Wait, oh, so M for mature is 18 plus. R is for movies. Rated R is for movies. So that is not a movie rating. That is not a video game rating. Video game rating and movie ratings are different. Like PGG, PG-13, that's all movie ratings. R movie rating. E for everyone, T for teen, there's E for everyone 10 plus, and then there's M for mature. Those are the video game ratings for the US.
There's no conspiracy here. The double dipping is just.
I don't know what it is for your country, but I know for the US that's
just bonus for Rockstar. It's not the reason for the delayed PC release. Now listen, if you don't know his name, John, from the interview, he's a former Rockstar producer who worked on Max Payne 3, Red Dead Redemption 1, and GTA 5. He has actually sat in the rooms where these exact platforms release decisions and where they are made. What is he revealing? What is he actually saying? Well, he pretty much, I think, deconstructs and dispels the double dipping myth.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. So this is one of two things are happening with this game and with Rockstar. Either A, they're being lazy. They're a lazy developer. Okay? Because we all know they have the manpower, the money to do this. Or they are double dipping and they know they have the manpower, and the money to do this. Again, both ways they know they have the money and manpower. Either A, they're lazy or they're double dipping. There's no other way around it. It's one of the two. Well, it's always going to be that way because of fucking the way the world's changed. And I don't even think it's in a good way.
In the interview, John Riccio explained a fundamental rule of game design that completely flies in the face of what most gamers believe. For years, the common wisdom was that you build a game for PC first.
Your fucking video is stuttering.
Because, well, that's where the strongest hardware is, and then you can shrink down to make it fit on consoles. But John points out that's actually not a good way to develop a game. In his words, it's always better to start with constraints. Well, why? Well, because shrinking a game down is exponentially harder than expanding it. Let's look at the PlayStation 5 and the Series X. They're closed ecosystems. They are static boxes. As a developer, you know exactly how much unified memory you have, the exact bandwidth of the SSD, and the exact limits of the CPU and the GPU. You can optimize the game's code down to the metal because the hardware never changes. You are building a custom tailored suit for a single individual. PC, on the other hand, has an infinite landscape of variables. You're dealing with thousands of different GPU configurations, differing RAM speeds, dozens of
There's only 3 GPU manufacturers. There's only 3 RAM manufacturers. Like, there's only a handful of SSD manufacturers. Hell, there's only a handful of fucking motherboard manufacturers. What the fuck? Oh my god. This guy is fucking stupid. Please tell me you aren't this fucking brain dead. This, you know, you always say you supposedly know fucking hardware. Because I've seen your fucking videos. You supposedly know hardware, as you literally proved to us just now, once again, that you don't know anything about hardware. If you did, you would understand that there's only 3 GPU manufacturers. It's not that hard to figure out how to produce for all 3. They're going to all have the same chipsets. Whether it's newer or older, they're still going to have the same chipsets. If you can optimize for these 2 consoles that are small form factor PCs already, all you have to do is literally build towards that quality of a PC, and that way everything above it would get better resolution, better frame rate, all that stuff. But what you're doing is you're doing your job. I don't know. Like, dude, you realize it's not that hard. If indie studios can do it, AAA studios can.
Operating system updates, background processes, and varying CPU architectures. If Rockstar tried to develop GTA 6,
there's only 2 CPU manufacturers. What the Oh my god, I can't. Jesus fucking Christ. Spastic, are you hearing this? Am I going fucking crazy or something, or I'm hearing someone speak a bunch of fucking nonsense and not know what the fuck he's talking about when supposedly he does?
for the PC at the exact same time as the company.
You're not in the PC ecosystem. If you knew this, you would know that there's only 3 GPU manufacturers. There's only 2 CPU manufacturers. There's only maybe 3. No, there's only 3 RAM manufacturers, because we've been talking about the fucking RAM cartel for the last, in the gaming industry as a whole, for like the last, what, almost a year now? Yeah. And he's only triggering me because he sounds like a fucking idiot. Because this man thinks that he understands how hardware works, and he's said this multiple times. And obviously he just pointed out that he doesn't.
Consoles, they would be trying to optimize a highly unstable build for millions of different hardware configurations, while the core game itself...
Millions? It is not even close to that. Okay, the motherboards are not, you don't have to work for the motherboard, okay? Because all the motherboards are going to have the same chipsets. They're either going to have AMD or Intel chipsets, okay? For RAM, you only got to work with 3 fucking companies. GPUs, you only have to work for 3 fucking companies. It is not that fucking hard. You act like there's multiple configurations, yet the chipsets are all going to be similar. This is why all computers use either DDR4 or DDR5 or DDR3. They all use the same RAM type. And they have now for what, 20, 30 years now? Probably hasn't.
Itself is still being finished. It would be like trying to paint your house while the builders are still putting up the drywall. By prioritizing consoles first, Rockstar can focus 100% on their energy going to optimizing a fixed baseline. It's about starting with a tight container and expanding outward.
They've had how many goddamn years to produce this game, and you're telling me they couldn't do it? GTA 5 has been out for what is it now, like fucking... ...2013. This is GTA 5 is a 15-year-old game. Okay. Pretty close to that. It's like 12 years. They've had 12 years to produce this game, and you're telling me, for some odd-ass reason, okay, this is what I'm getting off it. For some odd-ass reason, they've had 15 or almost 15 years to produce this game, and you're telling me they couldn't configure for only what? You only have to configure for one console because both consoles use the same fucking architecture. If you knew that, you would know. If you knew hardware, you know this. They use both PlayStation and Xbox use the same chipsets. The exact same, too. Also, if you knew how things worked, you would know that it does not take that much to produce for only technically one hardware, because the consoles are the same now. Then you only have to produce for Intel CPUs and GPUs. You'd only have to produce for Intel, NVIDIA, and AMD for GPUs. Then you'd only have to, deal with only 3 different RAM manufacturers, which the RAM manufacturer isn't going to matter anyways because the computer is going to run the RAM either way. So you only have to produce for the CPUs and the GPUs. That's it. And the most you got to configure for is for 3 fucking chipsets as a whole. Like, I don't understand how that's so difficult. That's 4 things. Well, 5 that you have to produce for. And you had fucking, 11 to 12 years? Oh, it's more. It's 13 years. You've had 13 years to do this. And you're telling me you can't get it done? You're telling me you can't get it through the fucking door? You're telling me you can't do your fucking job? You guys remember, he was upset that PlayStation or Xbox let go people who were doing their fucking job and then praising a company for not doing their job.
Rather than building a massive, uncontained mess and trying to force it into a small console box at the 11th hour. And the info from the interview gets even more interesting when we learn why it took so long for Red Dead 1 to come to PC. So we've considered the logistical and the development side of this, but let's address...
It's still a multi-billion-dollar company that has the manpower and money to do it. They're just either lazy or they're double dipping.
The business side. Surely a company with Take-Two's cash flow could just hire a massive team of PC specialists to handle the port, right? Well, This is where John Riccio dropped some really interesting insight about the original Red Dead Redemption. For 14 years, PC players begged for a port of Red Dead. They didn't arrive until 2024. For over a decade, fans assumed it was a coding nightmare, or maybe Rockstar was just sitting on it for some reason. But John revealed that Rockstar actually had a fully working PC build of Red Dead 1 running very early in the game's cycle. It existed. It was playable. So why did it sit on the shelf? Why did it not come to fruition? Well, It all comes down to opportunity cost. In game development, your most valuable resource isn't necessarily your money, it's your specialized talent, especially when you're working with a proprietary engine like the Rage engine. Rockstar executives had to make a pragmatic choice. Do we take some of our top engineers and QA specialists? Do we put them in a room for 9 months to polish, bug test, and get a PC port of Red Dead out the door? Or do we take those exact same engineers and put them on the core development team of Grand Theft Auto 5, the game that would go on to generate billions of dollars and define a generation?
Stupid.
Well, the math was simple. GTA 5 wins that argument every single time, and that's exactly what they did, according to John. GTA 5 got the bandwidth and the work. And that's the exact same calculation happening right now with GTA 6. It's not Rockstar not caring about the PC platform. John explicitly stated that they are not anti-platform in their stance at the company. It is simply that...
Yes, no, they're not anti-platform. They're anti-fucking consumer. They don't want people to have the choice because they want to make more money. They know that people will buy this game twice on 2 different devices. Either that or they're just being lazy. Now, there's no other way around this. I don't know how you're taking it any other way other than the only 2 reasonings. You're making this way bigger than it really is. You're taking this way out of proportion than it really is. Everyone else understands that there's only 2 reasons why they would do this. And it's either A, because they're lazy, or B, because they are double dipping. It's one or the other, or it could be both. It absolutely could be both.
Every hour a senior engineer spends troubleshooting graphics card driver conflicts for the PC port, that's an hour that they're not spending polishing the core console game to ensure it actually hits its release window.
Are you fucking kidding me? Please don't tell me you're this fucking stupid. The GTA 5 Legacy Edition works on current hardware. You know this, right? Do you? The GPU manufacturers themselves update the drivers to run on the games. It's not the fucking studio's job.
And given some of Strauss Zelnick's comments about the importance of the PC platform, I actually have said that I expect GTA 6 to land in the middle of 2027 on PC. But for now, there's really only one conclusion to come to. When we step back and look at the actual mechanics of AAA game development, the double-dipping narrative just kind of starts to fall apart, at least.
You're defending a fucking corporation. That's what you're doing. You're trying to say that it's not happening when it is happening, and multiple companies have been caught doing it, including AAA studios like fucking Rockstar. They do this all the time, and they know they can get away with it because there's simps like you who will buy the product even if it's shit.
In my opinion. Yes, it's a convenient side effect that some players will buy the game twice. Take-Two certainly won't complain about the extra revenue, but it's not the driver of the decision. The driver is risk mitigation and resource management. You also have...
So you're telling me they got poor resource management? I don't understand how that's on the consumer side. I don't know how that's our fault. That's their fault. They should manage properly, and they can get this game out the door on all platforms. And I think people will be less pissed. I think people are still going to be pissed over the price tag, which we all are, but at least it'd be less than it already is. Do you understand?
Remember that they're using a proprietary engine, so if they bring a bunch of people in to do parallel development on PC, they'd need to be...
He's just happy that he gets a fucking exclusive game that's not coming to PC right away. Because fucking PlayStation fanboys haven't gotten shit from fucking PlayStation. The only games that they've gotten from on their PlayStation boxes has either been Xbox games, AAA or multi-plat games, and like maybe 1 or 2, like a handful, not even a handful of fucking PlayStation games. And no, remasters do not count. Do not think that a remaster counts. You guys defended the fact that PlayStation had remastered The Last of Us not once, not twice, but 3 times, and increased the price of that game. And you guys were okay paying for it. and taking it and consuming it. Hey, it's not like I don't remember.
Onboarded and trained within the engine itself. Rockstar is choosing to protect the quality of their flagship product by keeping their development pipeline as streamlined as possible. And yes, this is frustrating for those who prefer to play on PC, but would you prefer a rushed or simultaneous launch that pushes it back, delays it indefinitely, or leads to something that is simply not ready to release, and then everybody's frustrated and waiting for patches? We've seen this happen when massive
It's not that hard anymore to release a game for both console and PC. They are living in the past if that's what they're saying. You got to realize that what things were back in the early 2000s and 90s aren't what they are today. Yes, at one point in time, these devices were completely different. I understand that. That's not the case anymore. These devices are literally the same. They have the same guts. Even the fucking Switch 2 is nothing more than a fucking handheld PC. The Switch 1 is nothing more than a handheld PC, and we're finding that out now because people are putting Linux on it. They're putting Linux on PlayStations. Like, these are nothing more than small form factor PCs. And they have been now for over 10 years. There is no excuse for it anymore. You guys are just trying to come up with excuses to let this corporation get away with their bullshit because you want to defend the fucking corporation rather than the consumer. And this is why I call you guys out, and I will always fight for the consumer. So my viewers know this. I will always fight for the consumer. I will never defend a fucking corporation. And at the end of the day, I will call the fucking corporation out. I've done it with Nintendo, done it with Xbox, I've done it with all. Cheetah Man, are you that fucking stupid? Why do I care about... You think my PC that is more powerful than a fucking Xbox or a PlayStation isn't going to be able to run GTA? Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, he is doing mental gymnastics for clicks and views. He does this because he knows that his PlayStation cult will always listen to whatever he has to say as long as it's defending their plastic box. That is why these fanboys do what they do. And I'll be here to call them out and fucking make fun of them every time. All of them. No one's safe from me. No one.
Games come out, they're multi-platform, and they are clearly not ready. And
you gotta be fucking kidding me if you think of 50. You do not. Oh my god. Fuck it. I am going to make fun of your fucking ass right now. Okay, Cheetah Man, you think that these consoles are the equivalent of a 5070? Please tell me you're not this fucking brain dead. Please tell me you're not this fucking stupid. Oh my god. Guys, point and laugh at Cheetah Man. Point and laugh at Cheetah Man. You have the opportunity. For those of you guys who know PC hardware, point and laugh at fucking Cheetah Man. For those of you guys who know hardware, point and laugh at fucking Cheetah Man. You gotta be fucking kidding me if you think a 5070. Oh. Cheetah Man, I got a question for you. Do you seriously think the PS5 and the Xbox Series X is the equivalent of a 5070? Are you that fucking stupid? Please tell me you don't think that. You think an Intel Arc card is a Temu GPU, a brand new Intel Arc card? I got it from Newegg. I paid $300 for the goddamn thing. What the fuck are you talking about? I guess Newegg and fucking Temu are the same company. Even though they're not. You know, one's based in the US and the other one's based in China. But hey. Why don't you get the facts straight there, buddy? You were talking about my PC. So you're saying unless I got a 5070, I ain't got shit. Wow. You are an NVIDIA fanboy, bro. Buddy. My guy, my confidant, you little bitch. You know what? I got a song for him. I got a song for Cheetah Man. I just gotta find it. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. I got you. I got you. I got you. Oh, we're gonna make it better. Because we're gonna still give you that song. But we're gonna make it worse for you. Because you don't think my PC is more powerful than a console, so I'm coping. Okay. You're the one literally trying to compare a fucking console to a 5070. Dude, you're not gonna need a 5070 to run GTA 6. Please tell me you don't think that that's gonna be a thing. Yeah. So you think that my PC is not more powerful than console, right? Cheetah. Dude, we had the frame rate on the fucking screen. Do you not think? Do you not know how MSI Afterburner works? Okay. To evaluate whether a PC with an Intel Arc B580 Ryzen 7 5700X and 16 gigabytes of RAM is better than a PlayStation 5 or Xbox Series X, we must break down the comparisons across raw performance, resolution, frame rates, and functionality. The Ryzen 7 5700X 8-core 12-thread CPU, 3.4 to 5.6 gigahertz, strong multi-threaded performance, far above console CPUs in multitasking. Intel Arc B580 mid-range GPU performs well at 1080p and 1440p. Bottleneck calculates highlight. Minimal CPU bottleneck. GPU limited at 4K with frame rates capped by the GPU 30 to 60 FPS in AAA games at that high settings. Real world test 1080p gaming consistent hits high FPS 100 greater in many titles. 1440p is mostly above 60 FPS. 4K may require reduced graphics settings to achieve smooth performance. Okay. PS5 custom AMD or the Xbox Series X, pretty much they're the same fucking thing. Custom AMD CPU plus RDNA 2 graphics, optimized for 4K 120 Hz. Gaming is supported. Some titles achieve higher visual fidelity at 4K due to bespoke hardware optimization. Both consoles deliver stable performance without manually tweaking, offering native ray tracing in certain games. I don't use ray tracing. Yeah. Ooh. Ooh. At 1080p, I'm getting 60 to 150 plus. PS5 locked at 60. The Series X is getting a 60 to 120. Now, 60 to 90, they both have to use upscaling to even touch 1440p. That's funny. And they're going to have to do the same for 4K. 30 to 60, 60 to 120 in optimized games. So again, yep. So they have to use ray tracing to get those numbers. Upgradable CPU, GPU, RAM, accessible to a vast library, including mods, older games, and PC exclusive content, multitasking, FPS. Console's advantage, tightly integrated hardware, software allows every game to be optimized, simple plug and play experience, cheaper initial cost. No, that's not true anymore. Dedicated features like DualSense, Haptic PS5, and Quick Resume Xbox. Cost effectiveness, the Intel Arc is 700 to 750. Yeah, see, this is where they're not getting this right. These consoles are not sitting at $400 to $500. So price range is not accurate. PC is stronger than a console's at 1080p. PC at 1440p is competitive. For gaming, consoles may perform better out of the box with ray tracing. PC wins in flexibility, upgradability, and multitasking. But you pay more and may need to tweak settings for best results. Conclusion: if raw FPS at 1080p/1440p and multitasking are priority, the PC is better. If 4K gaming with high fidelity, ease of use, and conscious ecosystem are more important, then there you go. The point is, my PC outperforms that of both those consoles. So you're telling me that this game that's coming out, that's going to be launching on those consoles, you got to be fucking kidding me. You gotta be so. Cheetah Man, let me get this right. Unless you're running NVIDIA, you ain't running a GPU. Please tell me you don't think that. Cheetah Man, be honest with us. Why don't you actually answer a fucking question rather than just fucking skating around the fucking question like your buddy? You're losing again, and you've lost once again. You think that these consoles are the equivalent of a 5070. You said it right here. Then, on top of that, you'd think that the only good GPU manufacturer is NVIDIA. We're seeing that as well. This is what we got for you, because obviously you got none of that right. And you rather there only be one GPU manufacturer, and you're against the consumer. Here.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? I am completely pissed. I was going to write a script for this video. Why am I still getting hate?
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Scares here. And so from now on, I'm going to report the news. Let's go inside the stories.
Exposed. No. It's an older GPU. But do you seriously think those consoles are equivalent of a 5070? Be honest with us right now. Do you think that those consoles are the equivalent of a fucking 5070? Do you think that game is going to require a 5070? And do you think that the only good GPU manufacturer is NVIDIA? Be honest with us right now. If you can't tell us this, we're going to assume the exact opposite. Speak truth. Don't make shit up. Don't skate around the question. Answer the question. I didn't pay for a 5070, and I didn't pay for a 5070 equivalent. If I which I am thinking of doing that. I'm thinking of actually upgrading to a 7900X XTX, but you need to answer that question. Oh, my PC is good. For the price I spent, the price I paid, it plays most games comfortably. I get 60 FPS plus, 100 plus. I don't care if you got a 5070. That just tells me you don't. Yeah, neither one of them do. Actually, none of them do anymore. They're all focused on AI shit. You're wasteful with your money. Cheetah Man, what you just admitted is you're wasteful with your money. You didn't go for the best price to performance. You went for because it has a name brand NVIDIA tag on it. You don't got any W here, dude. You lost. My PC beats out your PC when it comes to price to performance. Price to performance. You spent over $1,000 on a GPU when there's GPUs that cost less that outperform it. Nah, you're just poor. Saving money means you're poor, guys. Guys, trying to save money means you're poor. Expose. Cheetah Man, you're just a fucking asshole who fucking sims for multi-corporations who doesn't understand the average person or the average consumer. You care nothing more than about your little drama war, and you're gonna lose every fucking time because of that. I don't give a fuck what you're rocking. I really don't. What the point was that Cody Bell was trying to act like he knew more about hardware than I did when I proved him fucking wrong. And instead of fucking acknowledging that, you guys doubled down and defending him. I'm not trying to compete with anyone's fucking hardware. I could personally give a rat's ass. All I was doing was proving a fucking point. And my point was proven multiple fucking times, but you guys doubled down. If Cody Bell told you guys to jump off a bridge, you would. If Cody Bell tells you to push a lie, you do. You guys do everything he tells you to do. You are nothing more than his little bitches. And you guys will keep doing that. And yeah, there's people that I thought would do that to him that don't. I'm not saying all of you guys do. The man who thinks NVIDIA is the only good GPU manufacturer knows more than me. You do know that AMD destroys NVIDIA most of the time. This man bought a pre-built and thinks he knows better more than me. I can't. He is on DTV's dog. Expose. You're exposed again. You are exposed. Cheetah Man, if he knew more than me, he would know not to fucking fill up his DIMMs on his motherboard. But he did. Because a dumbass thinks, oh, I'm going to go get server memory and use that for gaming. God damn. And then fills up all the fucking DIMMs not knowing how AMD chipsets work. He supposedly knows more hardware than me. God damn, he's a fucking idiot. Oh, no. You're just defending him is what you're doing. Like you always do. You're exposed. Exposed. You are exposed, sir. I'm going to expose you. Oh my God, expose you. Expose. Time for some exposure. Some exposure. Some exposure. Expose. Expose myself to you. To you. To you. EXPOSE. 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 I'm an Alex regurgitator. There's things Alex don't agree on. We just respect each other because we understand we want both the same thing. We want pro-consumer acts. We're not defending fucking corporations. We're not acting like something is better because it's a part of a corporation. I want to get the best bang for my buck. You want something because there's a label on it. There's a huge difference. You follow everything Cody Bell says. Everything. You lost once again. Now let's move on and keep making fun of fucking. Finish this fucking video. Let me guess, you're going to defend Rockstar too and PlayStation and NVIDIA?
And then it can take months sometimes, if not.
You want the best money can buy? You don't go for the best bang for buck then. You go for the most expensive fucking item because it says NVIDIA. It's awesome. Even though they fucking screw you guys over, bend you over a barrel, and you guys take it. Every fucking inch. You're nothing more than a fucking corporate bootlicker and accept it. You know you are. We all know you are, Cheetah Man. You are a corporate bootlicker. And if NVIDIA had a fucking dick, you would take it down to your tonsils, just like Harmon Smith and Nintendo. You want the best money can buy? Then you would just be speaking with your wallet. DLSS 5 looks like shit. And it's just an example. What about the fact that those fucking GPUs overheat like no tomorrow because they built them fucking horribly? You do realize that everyone criticized the pin decision on those cards? On both the 40 series and the 50 series? I got a buddy of mine who refuses to buy a 40 or 50 series card because he's very disappointed with NVIDIA. But you just say, thank you, NVIDIA, for giving me crap, and I'll keep taking it. You charge me more, I'll keep paying more because you're nothing more than a corpo simp. All you're doing is proving to everyone right now is you'll do whatever NVIDIA tells you to. You'll buy whatever they shill out. You think everything NVIDIA does is good, including screwing over the consumer. You're not for the consumer.
Longer to get everything up to an acceptable level. But I would like to know what you guys think about this, right? From your perspective here, do you take what this X-Rock...
Reforge, you can watch the stream. You heard my perspective. I think either Rockstar is either being lazy or they're double dipping. I actually personally think they're doing both. I'm the one who buys crap because I refuse to spend an arm and a leg on fucking components. I'm not even gonna fucking argue with that, dude. You're making yourself look stupid right now. And nothing more than a fucking bootlicker. That's what you're sounding right now. You're a fucking bootlicker. Why don't you just fucking accept it? Cheetah Man, tell us all how much of a bootlicker you really are. Let me guess, NVIDIA or no company period, right? Right? Got it. Okay, Reforge he's a fucking idiot. But We got more fanboy content. We're not done yet. Cheetah Man, I do want to thank you for watching, because by you watching, that means that you're having to watch ads and you're having to contribute to the channel. That's funny. That's funny. You guys hate me so much, yet you guys watch my fucking content. You're part of the reason why the channel grows. So
He says Elder Scrolls and Fallout need to be exclusive, both with move systems. Well, Activision for the streets, right? Unless it's a new IP, then you can turn around and make that a.
he was making no fucking sense at all, you fucking moron. He is a corpo simp just like you. And now you're defending an e-beggar. Damn, you're fucking idiot, Cheetah Man. No, he was making no sense at all. How the fuck is a logistical nightmare for a multi-billion-dollar company when indie studios do it all the fucking time? All you're doing is defending a corporation. Keep it up. Because you're just going to make yourself look worse and more for anti-consumer practices. Enjoy the exposure, buddy. You're getting it right here where Cheetah Man's being a dumbass, and you can actually see it live right now because, well, the chat's, you know, up there. God, you're fucking
year exclusive. Xbox Game Studio titles exclusive straight up. But for Bethesda, how I would do it if I was in charge, at least 1 year exclusive. So Elder Scrolls 6 coming out, Xbox, 18.
They shouldn't do exclusives, period. Exclusives are anti-consumer and they're non-profitable. Anti-consumers no, it should not happen anymore, period. I don't think any of the console manufacturers should be making exclusives. It doesn't help anyone, but except for it's not even the corporation anymore. There's literally only fucking two CPU manufacturers and 3 GPU manufacturers. How many more do you need? How many more do you think there are? It is not that fucking hard. And how is it that indie developers can do it, but not AAA studios? It is pretty much straightforward. You're just trying to defend corporations.
Months, you'll see it on PlayStation.
No.
All right, everybody. Welcome back to another XWalt Gaming video. XWalt here, and today I had to make a video on this. This takes precedence because this has gained so much traction as of late in regards to journalism, in regards to false information, in regards to just...
You know how much false information I hear about fucking PlayStation or in defense of PlayStation all the time? Or in defense of fucking shitty games? Like, this is normal, dude. You are upset of what? Of what? Guys, he looks like fucking Mr. Clean, by the way.
Spreading FUD across the casuals' eyes, the hardcore gamers' eyes, just across a bunch of media outlets. And this stuff needs addressed. So anything I can do to help shed some light on this or put more eyes on it, well, I'm game. So with that...
Okay, I'm sorry, but the worst fucking fanboys are PlayStation fanboys. They're the only ones that dox people. They're the only ones that dox people's medical records. Like, they're the only ones who do that shit. It's because Rockstar is lazy and they're double dipping. It's a fucking... Dude, it's not that fucking hard to understand what Rockstar is doing. What they're doing is not pro-consumer. If you think it's pro-consumer, then you need to have your head checked. No one in their right mind thinks what fucking Rockstar is doing is pro-consumer. Only bootlickers and people who let these corporations get away with what they get away with think that that's accurate. You're telling me that a multi-billion-dollar company with over 600,000 employees with billions and billions of dollars cannot launch those games simultaneously on all platforms, while AAA studios do it all the time and destroy these AAA studios. Indie studios have been mopping the floor with fucking AAA studios because they do their job. And it comes down to the other video we talked about where you don't do your job, you lose your job, right? That's simple.
Without further ado, let's go ahead and jump to it.
Plus, consoles are nothing more than small form factor PCs. If you knew your hardware, you would know that.
All right, so of course, opening up with Boomstick XL. It's been a hot minute since I put him on anything. He could be featured in every video all day, every day as well, because you know what you're putting through. Whatever he does, he just talks like an absolute moron, but his just psyche is just out there. So I thought just a good little...
All of them. Literally all of them are. It's because they're lazy. Do you not think those devs are fucking lazy and don't want to do their job? Why do you think indie studios are literally destroying AAA studios right now? Like, Palworld will probably go down as game of the year at its 1.0 launch. If that happens, I'm going to laugh my ass off, by the way.
Opener to remind everybody, yes, that idiot's still out there and spreading his nonsense as well. But what it brings me to the point of is Goat Gaming. If you are not familiar with Goat Gaming, he is a satire account. He's
a troll, dude. If you know Goat Gaming, you know that he's a fucking troll. Please tell me you don't He posts the post he does because he knows it triggers you guys, and you guys fall for it every single time. Every time. Not once in a while, but every fucking time. It's fucking hilarious. You do realize the game has sold more than, is it like 40 million fucking copies, right? Pocket Pair just literally gave out their sales numbers. Again, expressing how they broke 40 million copies. Talking about myself. Cheetah Man, what? Yeah. I'm just gonna let you fucking rage yourself to sleep, man.
FUD, a fraud account, loves the attention. I don't know how this guy has not been banned on social media. I do not.
Because he's not doing anything that'll get him banned. You want him banned off social media, you want to remove his voice. That's not okay. This is why we say PlayStation fanboys are the worst.
Know how he has not been stopped in some way, shape, or form.
Except for the fact that everyone is praising that game except for Nintendo fanboys. Or anyone defending fucking Pokemon. Pokemon hasn't had a good game in decades. Palworld is literally beating Pokemon at their own game. Pocket Pair, literally a studio of only 2 people. They started that game with 2 people. Have absolutely hurt Nintendo, and it's fucking hilarious. Because Nintendo is running scared. That's why they're hiding behind lawyers and trying to literally create a monopoly. And there's people like yourself who would want that to happen because for some reason you guys think that it's okay to stomp on the little guy.
He literally tags CEOs, corporations. He tags Ubisoft, EA, Sony, Xbox, Nintendo, the higher up figureheads. He's tagged celebrities before. He's tagged outlets. And it's just bizarre because nobody.
He does it because he knows he'll get a reaction out of you guys. That's why he does it. Like, and you prove it to him every time.
Nobody does any fact checking on this guy, and all you have to do is do a quick Google search. You can use ChatGPT, Copilot, Grok, Google itself, Mozilla, whatever you want to utilize, and easily fact check this guy. Most people know this guy's full of crap, but he has a ton of followers, which is also super bizarre to me why people enjoy being lied to. It's not speculation. He treats every post as factual. And
no, he doesn't. He does it because he knows he'll get a fucking rise out of you guys. And you guys fall for it every time. Anyone who knows Go Gaming knows that he does this. And he gets the reaction that he wants. And you guys just double down on it.
And throws crap at the wall, and it sticks for most of his followers, and now outlets are taking.
I don't take what Goat Gaming says as facts. I don't know where you're getting this. I just enjoy watching him make you guys rage, that's all.
It. Now, let's start off with some examples that I want to go over real quick so we can get through the video here. So Endymion, this idiot I don't usually feature because I'm not taking part of the whole woke crap. Is it woke? Is it not woke? And he's over the top and he's a grifter. However, the point here is this whole PlayStation physical media nonsense is giving me heavy PS3 360 era vibes again. History is repeating itself. Sony has a great gen PS2, then F's it up with the following PS3, which allowed Xbox to gain a foothold. They won with PS4 and then with PS5, blah, 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 right? Why is this important? Well, everybody is going off of this and sharing this for the most part. And there's another person as well that's new to me. We'll go over that. But as you can see from Goat here, new leak says, which there is no leak, right? There's absolutely no truth to this, by the way.
Again, because he knows it triggers you. All that is just rumors. There's only rumors on whether Xbox is going to put a disk drive in the Helix. I don't think they are. Most people do not think they are. We think they're building a PC hybrid. That's what they have told us. At this current point in time, we know the Xbox Helix is going to be a PC hybrid. Why would they need a disk drive? Most of PC is digital anyways. They would already have proper digital ownership on PC. They don't get that on console. What PlayStation is doing is fucked up and is wrong and is anti-consumer in so many goddamn ways. And they're going to milk and nickel dime the fucking PlayStation user base. There's a reason why I refuse to fucking buy a PlayStation. Oh, Cody Bell triggers me. That's why I go entire months without even talking about him.
Xbox Project Helix will be coming with a disk drive. There had been rumors and now it seems confirmed. Hashtag Xbox will have a disk drive and hashtag PlayStation will not. So there's no credible source whatsoever. He pulled it out of his ass, obviously. People are running with it. People with large followers are running with it when they sit.
No! Anyone who does what we do with the fanboys, anyone who does what we do when we criticize fanboys and call fanboys out for what they do, we don't use Go Gaming as a fucking source. You guys try to. Fanboys do. And we call you out for it. We tell you that literally it's because he gets a rise out of you guys. And it works.
There in turn. And this guy, Endymion, probably even knows this isn't true. He's an idiot as well. So I don't give him much there. That's why I wanted to open with him. But the fact that people with large follower bases are repeating stuff that is not confirmed, not true, all that sort of stuff in regards to the Project Helix stuff. There is absolutely no confirmation. There is no leak anywhere about this. This is just hearsay, FUD, and
we all know this.
Hopeful whataboutisms, right? That's all it is. Now, we start getting to the more
What? Oh, stupid fucking PlayStation app. Do you know how many fucking apps I have that I don't go into? I literally stated, what was it earlier, that I have Epic Games, I just don't use it. I don't buy PlayStation consoles. Yes, I'll buy their games as long as it's on PC and it's on a sale. I've never denied that, but I have no reason to buy PlayStation games through PlayStation.
Or
I've actually probably been locked out of that account that I used for that app, probably. I personally don't care.
The usual suspects of journalism, right? So Dustbin Leg Harry here states, developing a new leak claims Xbox Project Helix will let you print discs of all your digital games, making a major shift from earlier rumors. If true, I made this up and will be very surprised. But then they're using this.
You do realize Destin isn't saying it's true or not. He's just saying if it's true.
Other person called Gaming Central. We'll go over this as well as about who this is. Again, has a pretty decent following right now. And again, takes what Go Gaming said. New leak claims Xbox Project Helix will include a built-in disk drive, making a major shift from earlier rumors, blah, 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 blah. Guys, this is not true whatsoever. This is the...
Do you know what a rumor is? Please tell me you know what a rumor is. Right now, it sounds like to me you don't know what a rumor is. I tell people all the time, unless it comes from the corporation, take it as a rumor. There's a reason why I say that. No one in this is saying it's true. They're pretty much all both just saying it's rumors. It's hearsay. Someone said it, but it wasn't confirmed. That's what a rumor is. It's fucking fanboys, I swear.
Point. Everybody's running with it. Those and Dustbin himself has a large following. Okay, this does more harm than good. Remember, I talk all these videos, and there will be an upcoming one on Monday because I'm talking about you present false information, false rumors, copium, all this stuff. It harms the brand that you want to succeed and do well. This harms the brand. You numbskulls, you Neanderthals, you cavemen. This hurts the brand. By all means, do it. I'm not invested in the brand, but I'm just putting it out there as factual.
You're invested into PlayStation. You literally, your whole persona is around PlayStation. I've seen your content. It's all around PlayStation. You are a corporate bootlicker like everyone, like half these fucking people I cover, or most of the people I cover. And you get pissed off why people like me make fun of you, why people like me fucking react to you and call you out. This is why. You make yourself look stupid. Mr. Clean!
Information. It harms the brand, okay? Do we not understand this by now? My God. As we continue here, right? Another person, I don't even know who this is, by the way. I'm sure some of you do out there. I don't know every content creator out there. But here he is, someone sitting there making a video. OMG, please be true. At least he's not saying it is indeed factual, but guess what? More eyes on this post from Goat Gaming. And this isn't his first or second or third or fourth or fifth or sixth post of misinformation. This is
instead of realizing he's fucking screwing with you, you guys are double down. I find it funny.
probably, I've lost count, guys. It's thousands and thousands and thousands of posts that he makes and makes these claims that are not true. He is, I don't believe, has been right once. And if he ever has, he's piggybacked off something.
He's not trying to be right. He's trying to trigger you guys. Every time he's done this.
Something else, but he'll start off with these nonsensical posts of misinformation, of no valuable sources or viable sources.
This guy I've seen before. I thought he was full of shit. And I've always felt like he was full of shit. I lost interest in him because he seemed like a fucking dweeb. And so I know who this guy is. He's just another fucking PlayStation fanboy, to be completely honest with you. He's just trying to call PlayStation out. He doesn't like the idea of physical media being removed, which I did watch that. The fact that he followed this as facts tells me that it's again, I don't use him as a source because of that.
And people just run with it and they continue to do it. But again, and be careful as a content creator out there, if you're taking his stuff, your credibility is on the line, which I guess that does.
Get out of here. Get out of here. I'm not using his stuff as credibility. None of the people that criticize you take his stuff as credibility. We make fun of you because you fall for it.
Doesn't matter because the grift is a real thing and that's what people want to do. Look no further than everything been going on as of late and has been going on the last, I don't know how many years. But to me, as a viewer towards another content creator, I don't want to be lied to. It's fine to speculate. It's fine to, make predictions, have some fun with stuff. Absolutely. But to sit there and run with this sort of stuff, it's damaging. It's damaging to.
Because you're not dumb enough to believe that he actually thinks this. You realize he's trolling you guys. Right?
It's damaging to everything in the industry. It's not a good look, and eventually there's a residual effect across the board. It's not good. We continue here, right? And like I said, we have people running with this information, and then Tim, buddy, don't resort back to the ways of old. First of all, do not do that. I have such high hopes for you. You can be enthusiastic and you can root and cheerlead for Xbox all day long, every day, and you can continue to speculate and all stuff. But do not utilize these guys. And again, this is Gaming Central again, running off of GOAT Gaming. There's no credible source here. We cannot. Tim, you just hit 80,000 followers.
Kid! It says rumors! I don't think he knows what rumor is. I honestly do not think he knows what a rumor is.
This is hitting a lot of eyes. This is harming the brand that you want to succeed. I want to make this very crystal clear. You run with this nonsense, stuff that is not true. It's not a good look. Again, it doesn't matter because the grift is a real thing out there, right? But for you as a person to do better, I know you wanted to do better. So do better. Love Xbox.
So calling PlayStation out means you're grifting? Holding PlayStation accountable means you're grifting? Oh, fuck. You are literally the thing you're calling others. You know that, right?
Do what you got to do. Do not share this stuff. 80,000 followers, my guy. Not a good thing. This does harm the brand. This does hurt the industry as well. And I am not on board. And this is not okay. So, I say this strictly to Tim because we have a talking relationship.
I think it just irritates you that there's a possibility that it could be true. I think that what frustrates you the most is that PlayStation is removing physical games as of 2028. We got that announcement. So we know for sure that they're removing their disk drives and they're not going to be having discs. Now, if Project Helix, a PC hybrid, has a disk drive, that puts the nail in the coffin for PlayStation. You know that. We all know that. And you don't like that idea. You don't like that your precious box might go the way of Sega. And the route they're going, that's exactly where they're heading.
Relationship. And I respect him as an individual and all that stuff as well. And I'm fine with whoever likes whatever brand. That's never going to create a divide to me and someone else. But I do not like when FUD gets spread around and misinformation gets pushed out there. Let's not do that. That's harming everything in the industry. If we take a step back and understand that, the better off we'll all be. If you heard Tim...
Why aren't you calling out PlayStation for harm in the fucking industry? Why don't you call out PlayStation for doing it? You don't want people, individuals, to harm the industry because they're excited about a rumor, which for some reason you don't understand the definition of a rumor, but you don't call out PlayStation when they're hurting the industry. You are a fanboy to the bone. You are a Sony pony. There's no running away from it. And I will criticize people like you all day long because I fight for the consumer, the customer, while people like you do not. You fight for the corporation. You suck off the cock of a corpo while also bootlicking them. Okay? You kiss their ass, you bend over, you say, thank you, please, may I please have another. You let that corporation do whatever they fucking want because you don't hold them accountable. And that's why they keep doing it. That's why they keep getting away with it. If it'd be, if you spoke with your wallet, you do know you can get a company to bend to what you want, right? Deny them the thing that they want. If enough customers decide to speak with their wallet, PlayStation will be in trouble. And you know that. And they are literally alienizing both the mainstream audience and the core audience in one foul swoop. And you do not understand that. Instead, you want to defend them. So people like yourselves who buy PlayStation anything will get gutted for every red diamond cent you have. You will pay more and more. You will never get a break. PlayStation's already admitted they use variable rate pricing. The only reason why you get sales on PlayStation stores right now is because of physical games. If you remove the physical games, the sales will go away. You will not have access to sales. You will not have any consumer rights. And they will have the ability to remove your library at any point in time. And you cannot say that PlayStation won't do it when they've done it.
That something along this line is true, maybe allude to that. But don't quote Goat Gaming. Do not quote and share stuff from Gaming Central, as well as a few others I've seen you quote tweet. Don't do.
Gaming Central never said it was true. Gaming Central, literally, it says right there. You can read, right? You understand the word rumor. You know what rumor means? You know what that means, right? Please tell me you know what that means. He's probably going to watch this, get all pissed off. Then I'm going to make fun of him for getting all pissed off next Thursday. If I'm doing
that, man. Just don't. So I'm pleading with you to please not do that stuff. For your own sake, for Xbox's sake, for gaming's sake in general, it's not good. Because, like I said, the media is getting a hold of this stuff, right? It's not a good thing. It's not a good look. So Gaming Central here, guys, as well. Just so you know, this account as well, date joined June of 2026. I believe last I just checked, I think they have over 3,000, 4,000 followers already just from June. We're in July. Account is based in India. Maybe a red flag there, especially with it being a new account. I don't know what.
Just because the account is from India doesn't mean shit. First off. Second off, they never said it was factual. They said it was a rumor. You are literally doubling down on a fucking rumor. And because you don't understand what the fuck rumors means, you're making yourself look like an idiot.
Kind of information they would have to run with this. Verified again, June. And of course, one username change last on June as well. Connected via India Android app. I don't think there's any credibility. And when I say I don't think there's any credibility, I know there's no credibility to this account, so be very careful. They're going to utilize Goat Gaming stuff, and what better way to capitalize on the grift, on quicker and faster followers than to jump on hate trains, to jump on
rumors. All they said was it was rumors. Do you please tell me you know what a rumor means? You know what a rumor is?
Speculation and false copium, hopium of information that people will sheepishly latch onto. It's not a good thing. So that being said, guys, additionally, this is the other part here, and I'm just going to read this part. I'm not going to post all this. I'll probably put it all up on the description part. So again, look at this website. Look at the link that I put in the description below. This is from comicbook.com. And the title right off the bat, Xbox Project Helix leak has longtime PlayStation fans preparing to switch sides in the console wars. This is by Amanda K. Oakes. Now, Amanda, if this happened to reach your ears or reach your eyes, as a journalist, as a blogger, whatever you want to call yourself, you do want to do your research before you just grab a simple post, whether the account has 300.
You do realize the reason why PlayStation players are thinking about switching, whether it be to PC or Xbox, because of PlayStation's announcement. Do you not understand what they have done and why people are wanting to leave that platform? My brother, who's been playing PlayStation for years, he's not buying a PS6. I literally had to put a PC part list together for him a couple days ago. Because like everyone, like a majority of PlayStation gamers, they're done with PlayStation's bullshit. Like, I don't think you understand what is actually happening. Like,
hundred followers or whether the account has 300,000 followers. You need to do the research before you do. We have all these search engines for tools. We have AI for tools. We have all sorts of forums that we can check out before you post stuff like this. Not a good thing at all. Now, it continues here. Not long after PlayStation announced its plans for a fully digital future, rumors suggested Xbox would follow suit. This had many of us bracing for the next generation of consoles to skip disk drives together or altogether. However, a new leak suggests that Xbox's Project Helix console will have a disk drive. After all, if the rumor is true, many
because she understands what the fuck a rumor is. You don't. That's why she said if. The term was explained to him in a sentence, and he still doesn't understand what the fuck a rumor is.
Longtime PlayStation fans are vowing to make the switch with the next-gen console generation. I don't know who she was interviewing. I don't know what surveys she was taking part of. But on social media, people are the ones that are vocal about the dissatisfaction of discs. Are talking about going to PC, not Xbox. So I don't know Maybe they found.
Well, if Xbox is a PC hybrid, yes, they'll be switching over to PC if they decide next gen to go over to Xbox. So either way, it'd still be PC. You realize that, right? Please tell me you understand what is happening. If the next Xbox is a PC hybrid running Windows, it is a PC. Means it'll have access to more stores. There will be no paywall to play online. They'd still be switching over to PC. Reason why they're thinking of switching over to PC is proper ownership. They want to own what they pay for. PC offers that. Console does not. Well, they did. The last thing that allowed that console owners to own their stuff was physical. Now that that's being removed from a closed ecosystem, remember this. That's the big one. Closed ecosystem. That is why they're leaving.
Something that I'm unaware of. However, this doesn't seem to be it. And then again, the latest intel comes from Goat Gaming, aka I am Cloudman on X. Their record for reliable leaks is admittedly a bit spotty. So, at this point, it does tell me you did a little bit of research.
Only you, other PlayStation fanboys, are taking this as he's anything other than a rumor. Because you don't understand what the word rumor means. What Goat Gaming was considered a rumor.
But you continue. You continued to make this article. Continuing, as the account is known for posting overblown claims. Even so, that hasn't stopped the alleged news from spreading quickly on social media. Again, those with 80,000 follower accounts, 80K follower accounts or more, spreading this information in multiple accounts like Tim Dog and the others, it's not good. It's not good. So then it leaves outlets like this to be like, well, if they're doing it and they feel like it's a good move and it's a good direction and it's plausible, then let's continue with articles like this, right?
It is possible. You can't deny it's not possible. Or you can't deny it's possible. You really can't, dude. We have no information on the next project, on what's coming on the Xbox Helix. All we know is it's going to be a PC hybrid. That's it. We don't know if it's going to have a disk drive or whether it's not going to have a disk drive. So as far as we know, it's a rumor. We have no clue if the next console is going to have a disk drive. If it does, you will literally look bad. And people will be this won't age well if that happens. But everyone else who understands what the fuck a rumor is will not look bad because they said rumor.
So, additionally, and whether or not the rumor itself proves true, it does make one thing pretty clear. Many gamers will decide their next-gen console purchase based on physical games or lack thereof. They continue. Gamers ready to go all in on Project Helix if it comes with a disk drive. On July 16th, Goat Gaming account shared the news that Xbox Project Helix will be coming with a disk drive. Though the wording is in quotes, there isn't a clear source for the leak named here. Interesting. Maybe we shouldn't make this article. Interesting. However, the account alleges that a physical disk drive for Xbox's Project Helix seems confirmed. At this point, we don't have a lot of reason to believe this leak is more credible than prior reports that next-gen Xbox consoles would not have a
rumor
disk drive. But it has garnered plenty of attention with over 1 million views and counting. That doesn't mean anything. So you're telling me you made this article all for the grift and clicks is what you're telling me. So instead of being viable, instead of being a reputable outlet, you're telling me you're in it for the grift.
He's in it because he knows he gets you guys off on it. Because you guys don't understand what the fuck a rumor is. You guys really don't. If you did, you would understand that it's a rumor and not factual. Instead, you're doubling down. You're pushing forward on it. You're like, oh, well, it's got to be true. No, it's a rumor. Do you please tell me? Okay, because he's probably going to respond to this saying something about me, blah, blah, blah. I'm a grifter. I'm a cheapskate. Whatever the fuck you want to use. I'm cheap, okay? I like saving money. So, like, I'll hear it all. Or how I shouldn't have a word and PlayStation remove physical copies because I'm on PC, blah, blah, blah.
Love it. As we continue to break this down, they're not done. Reliable or not, the rumor has sparked a big response from the gaming community on social media. Many are still outraged at PlayStation's plan to do away with the new physical disc in 2028, and it shows. If this is true,
as they should be, they deserve to be pissed off at PlayStation. If they decide to jump ship to PC, we welcome them. They'll be on the best platform to play video games.
True, so many of us will leave PlayStation and join Xbox as one of the top responses to the original post. So going off of a top response. We're going off of a top response, and that speaks.
The person you're quoting understands that it's a rumor. You do not understand that it's a rumor. Everyone has said it's a rumor, except for you. Go Gaming does what he does because he gets the attention and what he gets from you guys. I don't see him changing that anytime soon. I see him like he's just going to do him. And we just find it funny that you fall for it every time.
For everybody. Again, if you did your research and due diligence, you would see, at least in my opinion, from my research and due diligence on social media and other surveys, people are looking to, so they say, when GTA 6 and Wolverine does drop, I beg to differ, but so far they say they're going to go to PC, not Xbox. Okay? Don't know why we're just utilizing a top comment. Is that how easy it is to be a blogger and journalist nowadays? Maybe I'm in the wrong profession here. I don't know. It's crazy. And continuing to top off, and they're not the only one. The comments are riddled with people planning to jump ship. Riddled with it. So you know for a fact they're not trolls. You know for a fact they're not Xbox fanboys trying to garner this attention and algorithm and all sort of.
This is coming from me. A lot of PlayStation gamers, if not most of them, are ready to jump ship. Do you know why? Do you even understand why? Because PlayStation is trying to remove ownership from you. But you know what? You're just going to take it like a good pay pick.
Stuff we just know.
Be a good consumer.
Choosing Xbox over PlayStation if Project Helix does ship with a disk drive. And then, of course, they give a couple things, and they show the Angelo Versace. If this is true, so many of us will leave PlayStation and join Xbox. Again, it doesn't matter. They continue.
If it's true.
On with the article, because Lord knows we're not done here, guys. The response to this rumor proves gamers aren't ready to forget PlayStation's pivot anytime soon. No duh. And they're taking any opportunity to express their outrage. Though Sony has returned to its usual posting schedule on social media, many fans continue to bring up the no disc, no buy slogan in response. Again, we'll see what happens when GTA 6 and Wolverine comes out, because now we're looking at copium where people are like, I'm buying it secondhand. Okay, do what you got to do. But again, I beg to differ and see how much of a change this will be. Yeah,
you're not wrong. There are going to be people who will simp for the corporation like yourself. But people who are true to what they're saying will hold this company accountable. Like, okay, if any of you PlayStation fanboys who are PlayStation players who are thinking of joining that boycott, you guys need to lengthen that boycott. It can't just last a couple days. I know which one you guys are. You guys know which one I'm talking about. The blackout one that's supposed to happen in the end of August here. You can't just give them a date and time. You just have to hold your ground. If you're worried about playing video games, well, unhook it from the internet. Play your physical games. It's a way of doing it. Because they can't tell if you're on it if it's offline.
Every recent repost from the official PlayStation account has been tagged with community notes, which is true, about the company's plans to eliminate physical media. Now, even an uncredited...
Or you can go to your back catalog if you got retro games, or if you got a PC, go play that. Hold this company accountable. Hold the line, because eventually they will fold. I promise you, they will fold. If they don't, they double down because of people like him, because they know they'll still buy their products and keep shilling for them. Then they didn't earn your money. Then you go somewhere else. Or you go retro. Pretty much ultimately just going somewhere else. A company has to earn the customer. It's not the other way around. It's not the customer having to earn the company. Yes, the person has to earn the money to be able to afford said product. But at the end of the day, though, the company has to do good for the customer to earn said money.
Rumor from Xbox having a disk drive for its next-gen console has many ready to leave Sony behind entirely. And again, doubles down on this, triples down on it, whatever. Not the case, guys. I mean, and if you were, I mean, there's so many caveats to it, but again, I just don't see that. As of now, Xbox has revealed very little about its official plans for Project Helix. We know it will play both PC and Xbox games, and that alpha versions could ship to developers as early as 2027. Most recently, comments from Xbox CEO Asha Sharma suggest the console itself could launch as early as the holiday season 2027. If that's the case, we'll likely get some more information confirmed in details and the hardware in the not-too-distant future. Whether or not that includes a confirmed disk drive remains to be seen, but it's clearer than ever that many gamers want to see one. And then, of course, at the end, they do the tagline, would you switch if the console wars based on the physical games or lack thereof? Leave a comment below. So, again, we just have outlets, and I just wanted to share this one in particular because they admit that
it's a rumor. They said it was a rumor.
Gaming is spotty on all of his stuff. They admit that this isn't likely true. It's a hard rumor. They admit so many different things.
Oh my god. Now you understand what a fucking rumor is. The entire video, you didn't seem to understand what a fucking rumor is. Unless you hear it from Xbox or Microsoft, take it as a rumor. I don't know how many times you don't understand what the fuck a rumor is. Jesus fucking Christ. And I'm telling you, Go Gaming does this. He's been doing it for decades now, or for years now. He knows that he will get you guys to do this. So he makes money off it. He makes money off you because you guys are simps. You believe anything that's being told to you. You don't understand what the fuck a rumor is. And at the end of the day, I don't take Go Gaming seriously. I enjoy the fact that he does what he does for you guys. I find it funny.
and then they try to piggyback off of it. Well, they would leave if they did, so it ends up being more of a clickbait article again, and they know better. But the moral of this story is the more and more these outlets and those with large follower accounts, share this story.
Yeah. I don't understand how you don't know what the fuck a rumor is. Like, Goat Gaming is getting the reaction that he wants out of them, and they don't realize it. They're just, oh, whatever. Like, what they need to understand is Goat Gaming is doing what he's always done. And you guys fall for it every time. So why doesn't he make money off it? You guys are dumb enough to fucking believe it. And then you guys think he's trying to tell the truth when he really isn't. It literally, everyone you brought up in this video literally put rumor. They said rumor. And you said, well, I don't know what the other guy said. The one guy said, but I know for fact, like Destin, you said he was acting like it was a fact, using it as a fact. He said rumor. The article you talked about, even she said it was a rumor. You went to Gaming Central or Game Central. They said rumor. Do you know what the fuck rumor means? I don't think you do. I don't even think Spastic in my chat thinks you do. Because if you knew what the fuck a rumor is, then you would understand that it's not factual. There's no evidence or proof of what he is saying. A rumor is just a rumor. It's someone saying something that isn't got any ounce of anything coming from the company or corporation or wherever the locate or what it's for. It's like in middle school when someone said you didn't actually know this or didn't know anything about the said person, but you heard that so and so did this. That is a form of a rumor. This is something we've known. You should have known since fucking middle school. You know how many times I fucking heard rumors in middle school? And I took them as fucking rumors.
Sort of stuff. It harms the brand. It harms gaming as a whole. It harms credibility for any other actual journalist out there. And I get it. There's a game. You have to weigh the line. You got to toe the line a little bit. A little bit of dash of grift, a little bit of speculation, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I get. That's how you get the clicks, right? That's where clickbait came from, because drama, clickbait, yada, yada, yada.
You fucking suck off PlayStation all the time. Not once have you ever called out PlayStation for their greed. You've been like you're literally, like, if you guys didn't pay attention, he was trying to defend when they were calling out that people are thinking of switching from PlayStation because of their decision. He doesn't believe it. He doesn't believe that people are pissed. He thinks that everyone is going to go back on it. We'll see. I will laugh my ass off if the PS6 has the worst sales of any PlayStation. Like, I don't know about you. Hey, Spastic, do you think that'd be fucking hilarious? The PS6 goes down as the worst selling PlayStation? Or, you know what would even be funnier? If it goes down as one of the worst selling consoles of all time? Either way, it'd be funny to me. Or if GTA 6 ends up being one of the worst selling fucking Grand Theft Auto games in history? Or one of the worst selling games in history? Again, my point, it'd be fucking hilarious. Because you know what would happen? You guys would rage. And I'd have content for weeks telling us, you guys would be telling us, you didn't support Sony. You didn't give them your money.
That's how it works. I get it, 110%. However, it's just not a good thing. So again, I think you're putting your reputation on the line here for anybody that tries to quote tweet, quote anything that cloud gaming is, cloud man, goat gaming, mix it all together. You do this sort of stuff for this.
They're not having a disc drive. PlayStation announced they're getting rid of physical copies as of 2028. So as of next generation, yeah, and they're going to double down on the same shit they've been releasing all throughout PS5's generation, which is nothing more than remasters and live service slop, and maybe a few sprinkle of one game here, one game there, and it's nothing but the same fucking thing: over the shoulder stealth elements, pretty visuals, no gameplay or barely any gameplay. It's gonna be a lot worse.
This and this new gaming little account that got created in June. You're just doing everybody in your.
The person you're getting pissed off for creating an account in June mentioned saying what they said, and they literally said rumor in the fucking tweet. I don't understand how you don't understand what the fuck a rumor is. You, my friend, are not too bright. You really aren't. Like, please tell me that you understand what the fuck a rumor is. More than likely, we know how you are. You respond to pretty much everyone. So I'll probably get something off you. Fucking hilarious. And then I will make fun of your ass once again. And we'll do piggyback for a little while. Do you want that? Do you want that? I think he wants that. Spastic, I think he's going to want that. Be funny as hell.
Selves a disservice.
Yeah, we're going to be moving over into, I think what's going to end up happening is consoles are pretty much going to be dead the way they are now. I think PC hybrids is going to be where it's going to be at. I think if PlayStation doesn't get their shit together, if Nintendo doesn't get their shit together, they will both fall to the wayside. Yeah, see, Spastic, that'd be fucking hilarious if me and this fucking boy traded blows, because I would wreck his fucking ass, and we all know that one. I don't care how much bigger of a channel you have than mine, dude. I find this fucking hilarious, and I know you tend to respond to anyone who makes fun of your ass. You do it all the time, and you're probably gonna go to my fucking Twitter because it's not that hard to find. And you're gonna be like, "Hey, look at his tweet about PlayStation being a shitty corporation. He's a grifter." He's nothing more than a shill. Oh, look at this tweet about him wanting to not spend $60 or $70 on a game. He's a brokey. I would tear him a new one. Oh, fuck. Yo, if this happens, I'm going to add emotes of Mr. Clean. Okay, please tell me that Spastic, come on, this man looks like Mr. Clean. Everyone in my chat, this man looks like Mr. fucking Clean. Look, he's got the fanboyism. He definitely has it. He's got PlayStation controllers right here. Oh my god. Yo, he paid for the limited edition fucking Astrobot controller. You see that?
And we can't allow that sort of stuff to keep happening. I mean, we could always have speculative stuff and we could always go through stuff, but journalism and blogging used to be a respected thing. It used to be more of a respected profession. And now you can't trust them as far as you can throw the person, right?
We've been telling you this for a while. And you've been telling us we're fucking nuts. Okay, you guys only say this when it works for your fucking narrative. But when it works, so if it works for what they're saying, okay, this is how these PlayStation fanboys go. We've been saying this for a long time now, that the journalists do not get what the gamers want. There's a discontinuous. You, on the other hand, PlayStation fanboys, when they say anything good about fucking PlayStation, and we have to criticize it because they're simping for PlayStation, you call us grifters, all other fucking names. Come on. Come on. I know, I trust me, I've had these fucking fanboys fucking get mad at me quite a few times, whether it be on Twitter, Facebook. Well, actually, yeah, I did have it happen on Facebook just recently. YouTube, you name it. TikTok. It all happens. Rumble. So far, no one on Twitch yet, but for sure, I've done definitely on Twitter.
You can't trust it.
Like, I'm actually, some people blocked me because I called them out on being a fanboy and made fun of them.
Anything out of their mouth. So you have to double check everything everybody's saying. And sometimes, a lot of the times, the casuals out there that might be dipping into a particular hobby or passion that don't go full head in, right, to the waters, they're not going to know any better. And they're going to rely on this stuff still because it's easier. They're not going to stop and be like, wait a minute, pull up their chat GPT or whatever, or do their own research. People have busy lives. They're doing other things. They take word at face value. That's not good.
Most people understand what the fuck a rumor means. They understand what a rumor is. You don't. If they were reading it and it said rumor, they would say, oh, it's just a fucking rumor. Is this coming from Xbox? Is this coming from Microsoft? If not, it's a fucking rumor. God damn. I'm not saying it's always a rumor if it doesn't come from Xbox or Microsoft. I'm just talking about in general for this particular thing. So unless Microsoft or Xbox announces that there's going to be a disk drive in the Helix, take it as a rumor. Unless they themselves say it, take it as a rumor.
This sort of stuff has to stop, ladies and gentlemen. But that being said, again, my point of this whole video as well, in addition to everything I said, again, was to put eyes on this. Watch who you're following. Block that account. Do not follow that account. If you have a weird fetish with being lied to and that's your thing, more power to you.
I love how these guys fall for fucking goat gaming all the goddamn time. And no, I'm not going to unfollow them. I'm not going to block them. I follow them myself because I find it funny just watching read the fucking comments. Like, you guys fall for it every fucking time. Most people understand what he's saying is rumors. Okay? There's a difference. You guys do not understand the difference. Well, you don't understand the difference between a rumor and the truth.
But if you don't and you have any self-respect, I would block that guy, move on. That way you don't even have to try to be fueled or fooled into another direction. That's the thing that these things come away with. And eventually, it's not like because they say this, like Asha's sitting there with Matt Ball and they're like, you know what? We weren't doing this, but now we're going to do it. No. That's not the case. I mean, everybody's leaning towards digital more and more as the time goes on. The plan's been laid out, but we'll see if any of this sort of stuff does eventually reverse course. But man, I tell you, this stuff takes a cake.
Speak with your wallet is the only way. If you speak with your wallet, that's going to be the only way these companies will listen. I don't know how you don't understand this. So Valve and Steam actually had to work 20 fucking years to get where it's at because nobody trusted them. Nobody gave them their money. They worked 20 years to gain the trust of gamers. The problem is PlayStation hasn't exactly earned that from the PC fan base. So we're never going to switch over. And they're ruining what little trust they have left with their fan base. By doing the decision they did, they are alienating their user base. And what's going to happen? Their user base will leave. They will go to another platform. They'll go to a place where they're actually respected. And then, well, Steam gets bigger and everyone questions why Steam is where it's at, while they literally are the reason and why people switch to the platform. Or part of the reason. And if Xbox is doing this fucking hybrid, then all that is they're just moving to PC anyways. I don't understand how you don't understand how a Windows machine isn't a PC. Your fucking consoles are nothing more than small form factor PCs. That's literally what's inside of them. Oh, these fanboys are fucking idiotic. I swear to God, dude. Like I know I deal with this every fucking Thursday, or I like to deal with it every Thursday. But with the way things are, these guys. All right, we're gonna end the night with Porter Rock. Okay, so supposedly Porter Rock is talking about the PlayStation blackout that is supposedly it's happening at the end of the August here, where a bunch of PlayStation users are going to shut off their PlayStation from online, and they're not going to log in. They're not going to use PS Plus or any of that. So let's see what Porter Rock has to say and if he will join said blackout or the boycott that they're doing. I really doubt he will, and I know he'll probably say something on Twitter about me, but I don't give a fuck.
Hey, what's going on, my friends, my family, my fellow gamers? Your only friend is YouTube Streets, Porter Rock 77, and I'm back with another video. I know it's been a while.
Okay, I want to let you guys know that right now he is in his 50s console warring.
Still in New York, enjoying my time. So sorry for not pushing out some content, but I've been having a great time here. I might even extend my stay a little longer. Supposed to be back August 3rd. Now it looks like I'll be back August 10th. You know, God willing, and all that. But I want to talk about PlayStation Blackout. I think it begins August 23rd, and for 7 days, it is for people.
So that's what I'm saying. So do not give them a timeline. What with this blackout, what you guys need to do is instead of having that timeline, the 7 days, remove that 7 days. You start the blackout, and then you don't stop until you get what you want. Like, I don't know how that's so hard to understand. You only do it for the 7 days. PlayStation knows they only have to last 7 days. And Sony makes more than enough money to last 7 days. Now, if it went longer, you might actually do a dent. And like a serious dent. I'm not talking about just, oh, we lost a week of fucking income from PlayStation. I'm talking months, years. And there's ways of getting around PlayStation. So you can still play your games without them knowing. You can take the PlayStation offline. You can play older PlayStation consoles. You can play PC. You can go, if you got an Xbox, go play Xbox. If you got a Nintendo, go play Nintendo. Just don't give them an inch.
Want to participate in the PlayStation Blackout is you keep.
And if they remove your accounts, because I know they got that new ruling now, if you're not online for like 7 months or something like that, they'll remove the account. That just tells you that they don't really care for you. They don't respect you enough as a customer to care about you. You see what I mean? So then that's just your sign to move on.
Your console off for 7 days, starting at 7 p.m. for 7 days. So during that week, and I think it's the week of the Modern Warfare 4 beta. So I don't know. Good luck with that, because there's going to be a lot of people logging on for that beta. But for those that are participating, you would turn off your console. You will not turn it on. You will not buy games. You will not play anything. You won't even log on to the network. It will be completely off for the entire week. Now, here are my thoughts on that. it could potentially work, but not in the way that people may anticipate. What I mean by that is it's that blackout is not going to impact Sony's financial. It's not going to do anything. It's just 1 week, and it's also during the Modern Warfare 4 beta, which a lot of people, the gun. I guess now they're called gun and ball gamers. So the gun and ball gamers are going to be all over that.
Maybe, but if you're like that, will still hurt them. That's why I'm saying you need to go longer than 7 days. You got to go longer than 7 days. Every penny counts to a corporation, to a company. So if you go longer than 7 days, then they're going to have to find money elsewhere, which means, sorry, Porter Rock, but PlayStation users like yourself will be the one who are still using after that point, will be the ones that take that price increase. And the reasoning for this is because they're going to have to make up the money somewhere. But if they all leave, and you guys hold PlayStation accountable, that's when we'd see some serious shit happen.
This is not going to impact Sony financially. What they could potentially do, depending on who participates in this blackout and how many people around the world actually participates, it could signal to Sony that there is a significant amount of people that they are about to lose in the long run, in particular to the next generation of gaming. All right. So depending on how many people participate and who those people are, and what I mean by who those people are, if it's people on a PlayStation, but they don't really play PlayStation because their main platform is like PC, Switch, or Xbox, and they just have a PlayStation, and maybe they're just mostly playing Marvel Rivals, or maybe the once in a while exclusives. They don't have PS Plus. They barely use it. They're not going to be impactful, right? Simply buying a console and just buying a console doesn't really mean much. It's how
Come on, these guys always jerk off fucking PlayStation. You know that.
much participation, how much stuff you buy, how active you are in the platform. But if a significant amount of people who have PS Plus, they buy games, the third party titles, the first party titles, they put lots of hours into it, they buy DLC, they actually spend money on the platform. If a significant amount, and when I'm talking about significant, I'm talking millions. I'm not talking a few thousand, I'm talking millions. I'm talking like numbers that Sony will be like, wait a minute. If we don't change course, or if we don't do something, we could potentially lose these millions of people when the PlayStation 6 generation begins, because these people may not buy a PlayStation 6.
Correct.
So these millions of people will be gone from the platform.
Correct. You see what it can do and what will cause them to change course. That is the idea, to get them so they're not removing ownership rights to you as a customer. I don't think 7 days is enough. Hold it longer. That is what they need to do. If you guys are going to do this blackout, do it longer than 7 days.
And they'll just go somewhere else, right? Depending on who participates in blackout, right? And how much money they spend on PlayStation, and if it's a significant amount of people, that could show Sony that while this gen, people are going to write it out. Even many of the people that are unhappy, they say they'll write out this gen, but starting next gen, they'll look for a different platform. That could signal Sony's like, wait a minute, we could potentially lose lots of people for the next generation of gaming, and it's not so much about what we lose right now. Could be, but that has to be a significant amount of people. And I think right now, the change.org.
The thing is I don't think they're going to reverse course. I think what they'll do is they'll take advantage of people like yourself, Porter Rock, or people who, unless you change your mind, but they'll take advantage of people like Reforge, X Vault, who simp for this company. And the reason why I say they'll take advantage of them is because they'll have to remake their money somewhere else. So that means more expensive games, paying more for services, paying more for the console. Pretty much you would be gouged for your money. because they'd have to make up the money somewhere else, and they know there's people like yourselves who will buy anything this they make. As long as it's got a PlayStation fucking logo on it, you guys will buy it. You guys all bought the fucking PS5 portable when it was nothing more than a fucking. It still is nothing more than a fucking streaming device. And then when that the what was it, the Helix came out, you guys were like, or not the Helix, but the ROG Ally X, you guys were like, oh, this thing ain't more powerful. The PS5 portable's better, blah blah blah. No, not close, because you're comparing a streaming device to a device that's got hardware that's capable of gaming from it, not from the cloud. And then you were like, well, why is it impressive when Xbox creates cloud gaming, but not when PlayStation does it? It was impressive because Xbox was the first one to do it right and successfully. They were the only company that got it up off the ground. And if you compare, like, so I have tried PlayStation Cloud, and I can tell you right now it sucks because I tried it on my brother's PlayStation once. So if you compare Xbox Cloud versus PlayStation Cloud, Xbox Cloud is like leagues ahead. Albert is homeless. Of course, he's got no games.
Or whatever petition is like at 350,000. That's not enough. 350,000 people. That's nothing, right? You're gonna need people in the millions. You're gonna need like a really big backlash of people ready to leave the platform. And a few 100,000 people is not gonna cut it, right? Especially depending on the mix up of those few 100,000 people, right? I already seen on Twitter. Like I don't even talk about the topic much on Twitter. Once I seen Nintendo guys like that don't even play on PlayStation, like outraged and saying no, they're participating. Like,
Maybe they have PlayStations at home. Maybe they play on it too. You don't understand what happens if enough people make the switch. Doesn't matter if they're PlayStation fanboys or Nintendo fanboys or Xbox fanboys or Steam fanboys, whatever. If they got the device and they decide not to power it on ever again or not ever log it into PSN and never do all that, PlayStation will take a hit. And I don't think you realize this, especially if it's long enough.
you don't even have a PlayStation. And then I seen one that has a PlayStation, but all they play is Marvel Rivals. Like you guys ain't really in play.
Marvel Rivals. Probably spending money on microtransactions. Imagine if that person who's spending money on microtransactions stops spending money on microtransactions for PlayStation. You see what happens? Those microtransactions, that all counts. It all counts towards it. This man is going to act like it's not going to work.
PlayStation. So there's a lot of people that are not impactful to this movement. But if you could get people that are impactful and put them in the millions, that might change course because Sony would have to consider how their future outlook would be if they lose these millions of people. That's about it. But other than that, I don't know. I don't see it happening. I think this movement already failed. I think it's already hit the books. I think that this.
I knew it. I knew it. You fold like a fucking lawn chair. Yo, has anyone seen anyone fold this fast in their fucking lives? You guys take whatever PlayStation gives you and accept it. You guys never hold them accountable. There are those that do. And you guys are trying to downplay those people. And I don't think you realize if all those people decide to leave PlayStation for PC or Xbox, PlayStation is cooked. either PlayStation will be cooked or you guys will be cooked because they'll just take advantage of you and increase the prices on you. But be a good consumer and buy whatever they give you, right? Like one of your fanboy generals, Reforge Gaming tells you guys to do. Just be a good pay pig. Be a good consumer. Jesus fucking Christ. That's what I'm saying, guys. These fanboys do not fucking get it. They fucking simp for these companies. They do it every fucking time. It's not once in a great while, but every fucking time.
Decision's already done, and now it just really comes down to, it's like a game of poker. It's time to call somebody's bluff. And I think it's already done. I don't think Sony's gonna say anything. Sony's showing games. From what I hear, in San Diego Comic-Con during the God of War.
It's because you guys fold. Okay, 7 days is not long enough. You need to hold the ground longer than 7 days, and there needs to be enough people. And it doesn't matter how much. See, this is your gatekeeping bullshit. You say they got to be playing hours and hours. No, if enough players stop even signing into PSN, stop buying PSN stuff, they will take a dent. And I don't think you realize how big of a dent. Because you think the average gamer isn't going to be enough. Fucking fanboy. Guys, this man's a fanboy.
War, LaFay, and Wolverine panel, the people that were there, and I'm not talking about the panel. I'm talking about people who attend the show. The comic book fans and gamers. People bought tickets to attend the show and attending these panels. Nobody brought up the disc. A huge convention, and nobody cared. No one brought it up. No one was concerned. So I don't know. I feel sorry for you guys, but I think this is already a wrap. I think it's already done in the books. I think now at this point, for those of you,
be a good pay pig for PlayStation there, Porter Rock. We all know you're nothing more than a pay pig. You give them their money no matter what they do. You're a simp.
you aren't happy, just leave the platform. Just leave the platform to a platform that makes you happy. That's the thing. I would have to
go to a platform that respects the consumer. PlayStation doesn't respect the consumer, Porter Rock. I don't think you realize that or understand that. If you seriously think that PlayStation respects the consumer, bro, you need to really do some information before you say those things and assume those things. PlayStation doesn't give a rat's ass about the consumer. All they care about is making money. And if that means they have to step on the consumer to make money, they'll do it. The problem is they don't understand that the consumers got the money that they want. And if enough consumers walk, PlayStation will hurt. And eventually PlayStation will fall and go to the wayside and turn into the next Sega. PlayStation was a good run. But I don't see you guys lasting another generation. You may last until the PS6, but I do not think you guys will be going past that. If you guys keep going the direction you guys are going, I know you guys are probably not going to watch this. You're a multi-billion-dollar company. But in case anyone from PlayStation does watch this, you guys want to stay relevant and around past 2028? Because you guys want to make it to the PS7, right? This is how you're going to do it. You're going to put the consumer first. If you're going to go all digital, fine, whatever. But give proper ownership. If that means you guys have to build a PC hybrid too like everyone else and allow multiple storefronts, so be it. Or if it means that you guys got to put a disk drive back in and keep physical copies around. If that means that you guys have to have better return policies. Or every time you have to remove a game, you give the money back that they spent on the game. you would have to earn it. You'd have to do better for the consumer, not for your pocketbook. Because whether you like it or not, the consumer is the one with the money, right? They're the one that has the money you want. So do good for them. I don't understand how that's so hard to understand.
Say about this generation, everybody's well, I ain't gonna say everybody, but there are people that are forcing themselves to stay on the platform that's not providing what they really want. And I've seen this a lot with Xbox is like, there's a lot of people playing Xbox and they're not getting what they really want, but they just stay on it. Weird. The platform's not making you happy, just leave and get a platform that does make you happy. It's a consumer product. That's the best. And some people will probably look at this video, oh, you're just giving Puerto Rock. Like, listen, I don't have issues with PlayStation and losing physical. It does kind of suck, but I'm not gonna lie to myself and act like every game I bought was physical, or the majority of games I bought was physical. Majority of games I bought were digital, right? In fact, the one physical game that I bought was Halo. The campaign Evolved. And I can't even play it because I don't have my console with me and I don't have the game with me. I have my Portal, and the game just arrived yesterday, to be honest. So I couldn't, if the game would have been digital, if I would have bought the game digital, I would have been able to play it right now. If I would have bought the game digital. But it's wrapped up in a box in my house. My daughter told me it arrived. And yeah, other than me telling her to put it in my console, install it, and do these things, which I'm not going to bother her with that. I have to wait to go home to play Halo Campaign Evolved. So, so the one time I buy a brand new game physical, can't even play it. Every other game I bought that's digital I can play it. You see, so it is what it is. But you guys keep fighting a good fight. Do what you got to do. We'll see how this blackout. Would I participate? Nah, I'll be lying to y'all. I'll be lying to y'all if you think I'm going to keep my PlayStation off for a whole week. I'm not lying to y'all. I'm going to be playing.
You're a fucking pay pig.
Playing that sucker. It is what it is. I'm going to be playing that sucker. But if there's enough people out there that are hardcore, all about the physical, and that is do or die for them, then participate, do what you got to do, and hopefully you get your numbers up. But until then, man, I wish you guys the best. The only friend is YouTube Streets, Puerto Rock 77. I will drop another video when I can.
All you did, Puerto Rock, is you proved to us that you were nothing more than a pay pig, and you're doubling down on letting PlayStation get away. If you had your choice, you would just let them get away with it, and you keep buying their fucking products. If it was up to you, you would allow them to do it. The problem is, it's not just up to you; it's up to the consumer. So you got everyone. If enough people say no, it doesn't matter how much they game. Enough people call them out. PlayStation will fold, or they will turn into Sega. Does anyone remember what happened to Sega? Sega stopped doing. Other people were beating them to doing what was right for the consumer. And what happened? They're no longer making consoles. What does that tell you? So if you look at like the way that things are nowadays, you got to understand that if Nintendo and PlayStation go the way of Sega because they don't want to get with times and understand things are changing, it's no longer the 80s, it's no longer the 90s, no longer the early 2000s. Hell, it's not even the fucking like this. We're in the 21st century. Okay, we are in a different time. Things have changed. When the hell is the last time you've seen a blockbuster, for crying out loud? Like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, the times that these consoles were out and things now are two different things. And for some reason, you guys are still living in the past. These companies will not, if they do not change, will go to the wayside. Or they're going to have their fan bases that are willing to fucking pay anything they give them. And so they'll get to keep their few white whales. And they'll be enough to keep their company afloat. But it won't be for long. Okay. Just because they think if they get enough white whales, that means they're going to be able to stay afloat forever. No. Many companies have learned the hard way that the average consumer, the average person, the person that works the 10 to 4, that busts their ass, the blue collar people, the people who work every day, those are the customers you want because there's more of them and they have, as a total, that's a lot more money. But these companies don't care about that. They're after the white whales. They're assuming that they that's why gaming is getting more and more expensive. And they don't realize that if you push out the consumer, you've got nothing but white whales, you will fall apart. And you will not see another generation. All right. I want to thank you guys for watching. Thank you for joining us here today. If you guys would like to contribute, you guys can. Those of you guys on Rumble and Twitch, you guys can follow, like, and if you guys would like to contribute, you guys can subscribe. For those of you guys on YouTube, if you guys like the content and you want to see more, you guys can subscribe and like the stream. Do keep in mind though, for you guys on YouTube and Twitch, video content at the current moment is exclusive to Rumble. So that means that video content will only launch on Rumble. It will not be on other platforms. I hope you guys have been enjoying the videos that I launched this week. We're going to try to do some next week. I want to do a couple things where we cover actual video game news for videos. So I'll try to get those in for you guys. Because there's a lot going on. And I'm probably going to plan on making sure I have the time off. And we are going to watch we're going to watch Gamescom together. I'll watch that live with you guys. There's going to be a lot of things changing. So with the new job, but I will try my best to do Gamescom with you guys. If I have to, I'll just wait to watch it, and we'll watch it on live, and you'll just go get my reaction pretty much. If I don't work, that'll be perfect because then we'll do the stream, and you guys will be able to get my commentary and all that fun stuff. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. Thank you for joining us. Till next time, stay frosty. Looks like we're having some issues ending the stream. 1 second, guys.
Shot for the stars when they didn't shoot back.